Okay, so back to the Zoom room, Elaine. Nice to see you again for this session. So we'll just dive into today's email, have a look at the quote. There's a bit of teaching around that. That'll lead us into the lesson for today. And then in the second part will be the text, which is on the first obstacle to peace, it's called. Okay, so let's just, I'll share my screen with you. Okay, so let's have a look. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Let me know if you can see that.
Yeah, I can see it very well.
Okay, so if you can read the quote.
Giving and receiving are different expressions of the same flow of energy.
Yeah, Deepak Chopra. So really he states what should be obvious, but to most people who believe the material world is real, it certainly isn't obvious. In this world, it seems that if you give something material away, you lose it. So you associate giving with loss and you avoid it unless you think you're going to receive something of greater value in return. That's the sort of ego's world. Now, this mindset is the basis for what we call business and commerce in this world. We give our money, time, products, services, only when we're confident that we'll receive something of greater value in return. An exchange that's usually measured and fulfilled by money. And if we don't feel like we've received good value from exchange, we feel deprived, sometimes upset, that we've seemingly, quote, lost out. So what we call business is really just a belief in sacrifice and loss, masquerading as something respectable. It has nothing to do with true giving and receiving. It's always of the universal energy that Deepak points to in today's quote, which, in case you're wondering, is also called love. That universal energy is love. It's the ground of being. It's foundational, source energy, whatever you want to call it. It's the fundamental isness from which everything derives. An exchange of this love between seemingly separated minds is one of the most powerful ways that these minds can learn that they are not really separate from each other, but in fact expressions of the same love. They are giving and receiving, which, being infinite and eternal, cannot really be lost or gained, but it merely is. So as we give and we receive this love freely, we start to learn that this love is unlimited, it's abundant, it's always there, we can't really lose it. This is part of the learning that is what we need to learn in this life as humans, because we've disconnected ourselves from that love, and so we feel like that love is lacking, and that is a fundamental misperception of scarcity on which this entire world is based, the principle of scarcity and loss, sacrifice. But in love, there's no sacrifice, because love is unlimited, infinite, eternal, and it can't really be lost at all or gained. It just is. So to learn this truth while we apparently live in the illusion of separation is our only real purpose. The giving and receiving of love is one of the primary ways we fulfill this purpose. It's one of the major lessons of this course. Actually, it repeats the lesson many times in a number of workbook lessons. in different form, but it's the same lesson. As you give, you receive. To give and receive are one in truth. And today we have another one, which is, today I learned to give as I receive. So it's one of those themes he keeps coming back to, because it's a major lesson, and it takes some time to learn it for most people. Giving and receiving of love is one of the primary ways we fulfill this purpose, which is to learn that this love is always there, ever present, and is our true awareness. So when you feel more love, as you give it freely and unconditionally to others, you must start to realize that you are receiving what you're giving in exact measure that you gave it. And so you cannot lose anything of real value by giving love freely, irrespective of what happened on the level of form. It can only gain a greater awareness of love yourself, which is your one true purpose, while you seem to be living in this world. So in case your ego is already finding objections to this teaching, it doesn't mean you're supposed to give away all your money to strangers, do anything crazy, but rather that you should just seek to give and receive love as your primary goal in every situation. Let the Holy Spirit or the remembrance of love guide all your words and actions on the level of form from that place, from that state of mind. I'm open to receiving, I'm open to giving it, and it needs to be both. Some people are quite good at giving it, but they don't know how to receive it, so then they block it. That's the classic archetype of a very helpful person who's giving and giving, the giver. Enneagram type 2, there's a giver personality type, but they often don't know how to receive it, so they're very bad at accepting it, and then they feel resentful because they feel like they're just giving and giving and nothing's coming back, but they're actually blocking what's coming back. So we need to learn to give and receive it equally, and that's the flow of love that we then enter into. And in that way, we learn that it's always there. Eventually, we learn, well, actually, in truth, we didn't need to give and receive it. It was always there. We just in the giving and receiving it in this world, we just become more and more aware of it. So that's what's really going with giving and receiving. We're becoming aware of what's always been there. So this may involve giving or receiving money, but often all that's needed is your loving presence and your kindness to whomever needs love in any situation. And the miracle is that when you give love unconditionally in this way, you must also experience receiving it. It teaches you that you cannot lose by loving unconditionally, but only gain. Therefore, correctly perceiving giving and receiving aligns you with your highest purpose and is an essential part of the awakening process, which is why today's workbook lesson is not the first or the last time he gives us a lesson on this important topic in the workbook. So it's a theme that's repeated. So I've mentioned business. So just as quite an interesting application to understand how their collective perception of giving and receiving profoundly influences businesses to play either a finite or an infinite game and experience their very different consequences. I've put this talk by a guy called Simon Sinek, who's a well-known speaker, business speaker, and he speaks on the finite versus the infinite game in leadership, business, and life, and how empathy can help you play it in the bonus video. And you'll see really the theme of truth, running through it. The infinite game is inspired by the Holy Spirit, is the truth, and the finite game is inspired by the ego. And you see how that plays out in a business context, and how the results are very different. A company playing an infinite game is one that's more about values. It's more about we want to be the best we can be. It's not so much about the competition. It's not about short-term goals. It's not about achieving short-term objectives. Not about beating the competition, meeting quarterly profit targets. That's all finite game stuff. It's about living according to our values, and feeling like we are adding value to the world. And that's not something you can really win. It's ongoing. That's why it's infinite. You continue to hold to those values for as long as the company continues. It's not like there's a finish line. So it's much more in alignment with the eternal. Whereas a finite game focuses on form outcomes and says, right, we're going to target this project. We're going to target achieving this. We're going to target this amount of profit, and then it becomes a very finite game, because you're working towards finite objectives, and you often, then these companies lose sight of the bigger picture of why they're really there. They lose sight of their overall mission and purpose, and that that can have devastating consequences. So I'll give you a good example, just briefly, of that. There was you remember the company Kodak? They were the biggest brand in photography.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s, early 80s. They were the market leader. They were a multinational, and you'd think, well, what happened to them? Why did they disappear? They went under. I think in early 90s or something.
Oh, I didn't know all about
from
them,
that position. Well, the story was that there was a guy, one of the employees, actually invented digital photography. How's that? In the mid 70s. And so he went to them and he said, look, I've got something I think you need to look at, because look at what this can do. It's digital. We don't need film anymore. And he was excited about it, and they canned it. They said, no, that's going to hurt our film sales, because they were their primary one of their primary revenue sources was selling those old the old film. I mean, what a decision to make. But that's the consequence of playing a finite game. See, they were playing a finite game. They said, no, in the short term, this is hurting our film sales. And they forgot their mission. Their mission was to bring photography, should have been to bring photography to the masses in an easy, affordable, accessible way. I mean, that would be a good mission for a company like Kodak, wouldn't it? So if you go on that, the infinite game, that principle, then okay, so the technology is changing, that's finite, but photography is still going to be around. It's just going to take a different form. It's now going to be digital, so it's actually going to be much easier for people to use it. This is the way the world's moving, and so we have to move with it. We don't lose our purpose. We're still offering photography and those services, but we just changed the technology. We changed the way we do it, and so playing an infinite game makes you much more flexible and adaptable. But because they were determined to play a finite game, the company was of course finite, and it went under, because that was the rules they chose to play towards. So these kinds of principles, people go, it's a bit woo-woo and it's all spiritual. It makes a massive difference, at the highest level. Makes a huge difference. I'll give you another story, which is a positive one. So Steve Jobs, him, Apple.
Oh yeah, Apple. Yeah.
So if you use an iPhone or any Apple product,
yeah, I do.
Yeah, so you're a direct beneficiary of Steve Jobs's legacy. In the early, I think it was late 70s. So the story of Apple is they started a computer company, and they'd invested quite a lot of money in going down a track with the software, and then he saw really what was the start of this how we currently work, with Windows and this graphical user interface, and he saw it, and he said to his other Apple executive, he said, no, we need to can what we're doing, we need to go this way. And they were going, oh, it's Steve, we can't do that. We've invested millions already. It'll kill the company. And he said, well, if we don't kill the company, then someone else will. So we have to do this. And if we go under, we go under. But this is the way. He had vision. He could see this is the way things are going to go. And so he was willing to let go of the past in that moment. Say, okay, well, whatever we spent up to this point, it's irrelevant, isn't it? It's a sunk cost. It doesn't change the fact that actually the right decision is to move in this direction. But if people are attached to the past, and oh, how much have we invested? And then you can't let go, can you? Now, if he hadn't done that, it's probably unlikely Apple would have come up with the Macintosh, because the Macintosh was, their first big success, and it was a success because it was so user friendly and it had this graphical user interface that they took from this company, and then I think they improved it, and then Windows and so on followed. They copied it. So and that was the foundation of Apple's success. The Apple Macintosh was their first big kind of winner product. If he hadn't done that, Apple may well not have come through. They may have failed. So that one decision maybe made the difference between Apple succeeding and failing. And that decision was based on playing an infinite or a finite game. So it's actually, it's absolutely critical, especially at the executive levels, that companies get this and they understand, and they're able to apply it in practice in their businesses. Because you make the wrong decision, you play a finite game, and often then that's the end of the company. You make one wrong move, and you can very quickly get taken over. Other competitors will come in, and they'll take the space that you had. So there's two examples of how this truth teaching plays out in business, and how it's hugely important. It's not something that a lot of business executives don't think like this. But Simon Sinek's, his mission is to educate them on it and say, well, actually, I don't teach how-tos. There's many people who do that. I talk about the why. Let's go to the why, the purpose, the meaning, and of course, then you're talking spiritual principles, because whenever you're talking about fundamental purpose and meaning, that's what you have to get into. So a good talk if you want to watch that. 35 minutes. Quite an inspiring speaker, and he gives some really good examples. Yes. And you'll see how it's applied in business. You start to see a guy like this teaching, and he's making an impact. He's really he's doing the will of God. He's teaching these principles just in that domain, and he doesn't talk about God and doesn't talk about spirit, but it's essentially the same underlying teaching. So it's everywhere, and teachers of God come in all forms. I would say he's a teacher of God, although he probably wouldn't think he is, but a teacher of truth. He's teaching truth in that domain in a way that companies and business executives can accept, and they can process that and say, yes, that makes sense, and then actually start to act on it, do things differently. Okay, so that leads us into today's session and our lesson for today, which is lesson 158. Today I learned to give as I receive. Very simple lesson. And you want to read the alternative version for us.
What has been given to me, the knowledge that I am, and in an awareness, and purely awareness, sinless forever and wholly unafraid, because I am extended out of love. Nor have I left my source, remaining as I was originally extended. This was given to me as knowledge that I cannot lose. It was also given to every living thing, for it lives only by this knowledge.
Okay, what's he saying in summary there?
Just the knowledge that we're awareness, pure awareness, totally with sinless, unafraid, and because we are It's all out of love. And we haven't left our source. And this is also, this awareness has been given to every living thing, for it all lives by this knowledge.
Yeah. So this is the very essence. It's awareness, and the knowledge of that is knowledge of that awareness is knowledge, and this is foundational. It's fundamental to every sentient being. Has this. Without it, you would have no life. And so awareness is life, and you cannot lose your fundamental awareness. So there is no death, because that awareness is eternal. It continues forever, irrespective of whatever illusions the ego has made up. So we think we now have a body, and we think the body's real, and we think that we can die in the body, but our fundamental awareness remains. The mind cannot die. It just becomes incorporeal. The body dies, the body fades away and is undone, and the mind continues eternally, and that awareness is eternal. You can't ever destroy true awareness, which is very comforting, which is why there is no death. And the idea of death is a delusion.
Yeah. We're not a body. Well, the body's just made up of food and water, isn't it? Really. We are what we eat.
About 70% water, and it's a projection of the mind. It seems to be solid, but as we know from quantum physics, this is not what it appears to be. There's actually nothing there. There's nothing solid at all.
No.
The projection of mind, and that is, none of those projections are real.
Yeah.
It's not fundamental awareness. Our true awareness is not a projection. True awareness comes from source, which is eternal, and it's unchangeable. You can't fiddle with that. It remains forever. And all Yeshua is saying to us is this a knowledge of this awareness, pure formless awareness.
Yeah.
In mind and purely mind. I am awareness, in awareness, and purely awareness. So there's only one awareness, and we are the awareness. And anything else other than that awareness, any other awareness that seems to contradict this fundamental awareness, then must be illusion, must be false. This is the simple teaching and distinction between the true and the false. It's being made. Okay.
Yes. Have you froze?
Happy with number one. Sorry, it's dropped out there briefly. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to move on to number 2?
Yes. I have received all this. Everyone who walks the world has received it. It is not this knowledge which I give, for that is what being gave. I cannot learn all this. What then am I to learn to give today? My lesson yesterday evoked a theme found earlier in the text. Experience cannot be shared directly in the same way that vision can. The revelation that the source and its extension are one will come in time to every mind. Yet that time is determined by the mind itself and not taught.
Okay, so what's he saying here in summary?
Well, we've all received it. It's not something we can learn. Experience cannot be shared directly in the same way that vision can.
Oh, so he's talking about mystic experiences here.
Right.
A mystic or a peak experience, you can't share it directly in the same way that vision can. Vision is a change in perception. So when he talks about vision, it might true perception. Just that, okay. So true perception can be shared because it's in the domain of perception. It's not direct experience of truth. It's an application of truth in this world. So direct experience would be a revelation. The source and its extension are one. Will come in time to every mind. Yet that time is determined by the mind itself and not taught. So he's saying, this is what we talked about. Enlightenment is an accident. It's going to come. It's going to come when that mind is ready. And but in the meantime, we have the ability to change our perception and to demonstrate that perception, because perception influences our words, our thoughts, words, and then actions. So we can demonstrate, this true perception, Christ's vision, as he calls it, through our words and our actions in this world, in a way that the direct experience or revelation can't really be demonstrated. Can talk about a revelation, but very difficult to act it out, and because its nature is pure being, it doesn't really operate in the domain of perception. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What then am I to learn to give today? So, good question. He's saying we correct our perception, and we give from that changed perception. And number 3.
The time is set already. It appears to be quite arbitrary, yet no one takes a step along the road that leads to truth by chance. I have already taken every step, although I have not yet embarked on the journey. For time only seems to go in one direction. I undertake a journey that is already over, yet it seems to have a future that is still unknown to me.
So some interesting ideas about time.
Yeah.
What's he saying in number 3?
Well, time just appears as we would just either goes, we look back or we look forward. But we've already undertaken a journey that's already over. The script is written. Like it seems to have a future and a past.
Yeah, I've looked at the timeline. It might be useful just to have a little visual of this. So we seem to be in linear time, going from birth to death along the road of experiences, and some of our experiences seem to have happened, so that's past. And then there's present, but often that's very obscured in most people's awareness. And then there's the future that stretches ahead of you. And so we seem to be, on this kind of linear timeline from birth to death. But that's not the case. It's saying actually, in truth, it's already over, because if you go above the construct of linear time, you get into eternity. When there's only one time, it's now. And there is no time, and anything that seems to happen in time and is not real. And there's Christine joining us. So in truth, if you look at it from the perspective of pure formless awareness, time's already over, because it sits above time and is not affected by time at all. So from the perspective of pure formless awareness, time's over, and there's nothing to do. You're already you're home, and you've just lifted yourself out to another realm. Lifted yourself out of the timeline. It's like the helicopter airlifting you. Think of a rescue in a flood or something. It's really problematic down below, and there's floods, and there's no way you're going to get rescued by a vehicle, but a helicopter can just lift you out, and then in the air, the flood, there's no reference to the flood. There's no problem up there. I mean, it can airlift you to safety. So kind of the same idea. It just raises you up. You're out of the construct of time and space, and then in that state, you are already free, and time is already over. From the perspective of being in the air, the flood is irrelevant. The flood is over. To use our reference to the analogy I used. I undertake a journey that is already over. It seems to have a future that is still unknown to me. So on the one level, we seem to be on this timeline from birth to death, and there seems to be a future stretching before us that's unknown to us. On another level, from the level of truth, it's already over, because in pure formless awareness of perfect love, there is no time or space, and the delusion is over, and you're home already. Okay. Hi, Christine. Welcome.
Hi, Christine.
Any thoughts on that one?
What did you say?
I said, any thoughts on that diagram on this paragraph?
No thoughts.
Okay. So let's carries on the teaching on time. So you can read that. Time is a trick, a sleight of hand, a vast illusion.
Time is a trick, a sleight of hand, a vast illusion in which figures come and go as if by magic. Yet there is a plan behind appearances that does not change. the script is written. When experience will come to end, my doubting has been set. For I can perceive the journey from that point at which it ended. Looking back on it, imagining I make it once again, merely reviewing mentally what has gone by.
Well, so what's he saying there? Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, we deluded by time, as if things happen and people appear. It's already written that when experience will come to end, my doubting has been set. Bit of a weird sentence. I can see the journey from the point at which it ended, looking back on it, imagining I make it again. It's talking about going back into the past, reviewing what's happened, which I tend to do a lot of. But what is that number 4? When experience will come to end, my doubting has been set.
Oh, so the script is written. He's saying that at some point on this timeline, you will awaken, and that's already been determined.
And then my doubting will stop.
Part of that 1 month plan. So you may not be able to see time's an illusion. It's already a done deal. So from the perspective of pure formless awareness, the whole illusion's over. Every mind is, and now on this level, it's just a matter of time. It's got to play out. And there will come a time when every mind is freed back into the light. So there will come a point when it's the end of the dream, the end of the separate self. The whole construct collapses. You back in pure formless awareness. So now he's saying, well, from that point of view, when you back in pure formless awareness of perfect love, at any point now, you can review what you're looking at. You see, if you go to here, this is the end point, but it's accessible to you now in your higher awareness. So you can take that end point, which is pure formless awareness. You can access that awareness, be in that awareness, and then you can review whatever the present experience is from that point of view.
Which is what we're doing more and more of.
Yeah. So you review, and like Elaine, you mentioned you had an issue and you just shouted at your dog. So when you catch yourself and then you go, okay, so I'm just really reviewing what has already gone by, and I do a correction in that moment. I go, okay, well, I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry. And you recognize, that you went out of alignment with spirit in that moment. It's like you're almost reviewing it from the point of the end, this awareness, and then it's coming down via this down arrow into the situation and allowing you to perceive it differently and review it and see it from a higher perspective. And so it's almost as though you've already awoken, and now that awoken state is just reviewing what's gone by and correcting it, real time as it happens.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And so the script is written in that all these experiences will lead you to the final letting go. God takes the final step and you're free. You just really now, from this point of view, reviewing what's gone by. These experiences are already set. The time's already been set. Now, from this eternal perspective, you stay in this awareness. You're just reviewing what's already happened. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
So hence the script is written, but you've got to go beyond linear time. It doesn't make sense from the linear time perspective. Because linear time seems to be like, well, how can you say that's happened already? from a linear perspective. But from this perspective, well, pure formless awareness of perfect love always is there. So it's what transcends all of time. And so it's always there, always been there. And you can always go to it for help and guidance in reinterpretation. And the more you do that, the more you are taking yourself closer to the end point, and you're able to review what's gone by in the dream world with equanimity. You don't get upset, you don't judge it, because you realize that I'm already home. From this point of view, you're in this awareness, you're already home. There's no needs, there's no desires. I'm just okay as I am. Okay, so that's what he means by the script is written, and when experience will come to end, my doubting has been set. It will happen. It's a done deal. So it's kind of this destiny, free will idea, isn't it? So he's talking about the script is written. It's destiny, but the apparent free will, your part of it, is to continually let go. When you continually let go, you allow this script to unfold in a smooth way. So there's an element of your personal choice, and then from the destiny point of view, script is written. You say, well, that was all scripted. You see, it was all part of. It's going to be all part of the journey. So there's apparent free will in the moment, but actually, from a destiny point of view, it's all script. The script is already written. That was part of the script. And then you could say, ego might say, oh well, I can change that. Then I'll just do something that's not nice. I'll do something that's not helpful, and just to sabotage this. But then that would be part of the script anyway, because then you need to learn from that mistake. You see, so seemingly a paradox between free will and destiny, but it's not really, because whatever you choose, that's then part of the script, and it could have been no other way. You say, well, if I'd made another choice, what then? Well, then that would have been the script that was written. So you can't really go wrong. The script is written, and the final destination is set. Being of at-one-ment, then doesn't really matter. You see, you start to realize the circumstances of time and space and what happens on the timeline. It doesn't really matter, because it's already over. And I know that because I can go into the state of awareness where I know that it's already over. I can go into pure form, so much of perfect love.
Yes.
Okay, so free will, destiny, some interesting ideas. I can see the journey from the point at which it ended. Okay, so from the point at which it ended would be pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, it ends in pure formless awareness of perfect love. So I perceive the journey from that point, but I can perceive it right now, even though I still seem to be in time and space. I can perceive it right now from that same point, from that same awareness. Looking back on it, imagining I'll make it once again, merely reviewing mentally what has gone by. So I'm looking back, and I can reinterpret the dream. Whatever's happening now, whatever's happening in the past is reinterpreted from the point of the awakened awareness within me. That's what's symbolized by the down blue arrow. So it accesses at the same point, the now, that the ego tries to come in and hijack. And it's the counterforce. It's going to knock ultimately the ego out. These ego arrows are going to dissolve because they're not true and they're not real. Okay, so any other questions on number 4?
No, not really.
All good? All right. Elaine, if you can read number 5.
Teacher does not give experience. The because he did not learn it. It has revealed itself to him at its appointed time. But vision is his gift. This he can give directly, for my true self's knowledge is not lost because it has a vision. It can give to anyone who asks. My sources and my true self's awareness are joined in knowledge, yet there is a vision which the remembrance of perfect love perceives because the awareness of my true self perceives it too.
Okay. So the translations there, Father is source, mind of Christ is awareness of true self, awareness of my true self. What's he saying there?
Well, a teacher like yourself can't give the experience because it can't be learned. It will reveal itself at an appointed time. The vision is the gift. It can be given directly or for my true self's knowledge. It's not lost. Well, there's a vision which remembrance perfect love perceives because the awareness of my true self perceives it too.
Change vision to perception because it's a bit
Yeah.
more practical.
Quite long.
As a perception, it can give to anyone who asks.
Yeah. Well, the source and the true self's awareness are joined in knowledge. This is where we get our vision.
Yeah, source of it. So it's where you're operating from. This is, these are the levels of the Trinity. So you've got absolute awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, revelation, nirvana, the top level, level 1. And so that's absolute reality, and there's nothing else. And then we have the level between this and the world, being the true self or the Christ, which he's referring to here, saying that true self can have vision, Christ's vision, or true perceptions. It's really the same thing, and it can perceive whatever's going on in this world from the perspective now of the one self. With true perceptions, everything gets reinterpreted. All of the experiences in this world are now seen through different eyes. And so this is what he's asking us to share. He's saying you can share these perceptions with others because they are perceptions. They're in the domain of illusion and they deal with time and space. You can actually share them. And you must share them. And give to anyone who asks. So, you can share that perception in not necessarily in just by teaching people how to perceive it that way themselves, but your perception produces words and actions that they can then perceive, and that's how you interact with them. And they learn that from you, they learn that perception is available to them because they've seen it in you. There's a true perception which remembers perfect love perceives. Awareness of my true self perceives it too. So if we go back to the Holy Trinity diagram, the true self can perceive the world. So it has access to this realm. It's aware of pure formless awareness, and that is its reference point and its foundation. It never loses connection with that, but it can also perceive the world correctly. So it has true perceptions or Christ visions, also known as miracles, forgiveness, letting go, flow, intuition, surrender, acceptance, salvation, enlightenment, awakening, and grace are all terms for this this process of taking your mind from the ego orientation and freeing it into, firstly, an awareness of the true self. So that's kind of halfway to heaven. And then once you're perceiving correctly, consistently with the true self, more and more, this pure formless awareness of perfect love starts arising in your mind. And so you're reinforcing this awareness with every true perception. So your vision, in other words, is reinforcing this pure formless awareness of perfect love and teaching your mind that ultimately only this is true. Okay, any questions on the Holy Trinity? What are you saying here? You see, it's quite a helpful conception. It's just an operating system to help you to be practical about this. If you were just going to do level 1, pure formless awareness of perfect love, but you're living in time, the bridge is too far. You can't. The realities don't mix. So you need a bridge, and the Holy Trinity, the rest of the Holy Trinity, is the bridge to God. So the Christ, which is your true self, and the Christ vision are the bridge back home. And without those, how would you do it? That's the question. Because pure formless awareness of perfect love, if you're in a revelatory state, you can't perceive. There's no world, no perception, no world. So how would you go then from this state into there? Well, sometimes people spontaneously awaken and they might have a mystic experience, a revelation. They might go into samadhi. If they're in the East, they call it that. And so that is one way. And generally that takes a lot of time, a lot of spiritual practice required. Yes, you're saying, okay, well, I know you've got to live in the world, so let's rather do this gradually. And you're gonna start by thinking the right kind of thoughts, forgiving thoughts. You're gonna start off with the true self, the Christ. It's going to become more and more entrenched in your mind, and so eventually you identify only with that. You say, yes, I am the true self. I'm an extension, in other words, of perfect love, but this true self can perceive for me. So it can look on time and space and all experiences that seem to happen in this time-space illusion, and then perceive them correctly, which strengthens itself, and it strengthens your awareness of pure formless awareness of perfect love. And if you keep doing that over many years, more and more you start to come into this awareness, and then these so-called mystic or peak experiences of being in that awareness may just spontaneously start to happen for you. Okay, is that clear? Holy Trinity.
Yes. Yeah.
Saying, and how helpful it is. It's the challenge is if you took a pure non-dual approach and there was no bridge, then how do you get from here to here? How do you still operate in the world? This is another question I don't think is adequately answered by, say, Buddhism, because they talk about nirvana, talk about pure, which is their version of pure formless awareness, and going into that, and but there's no sort of bridge. In fact, the Buddhist doctrine is there's no self. Okay, so if there's no self, who then is perceiving, and who is interacting in the world then? See, that's the question. There's no self. So the Buddhist way and the other Eastern teachings is more like, okay, you're just going to check out of the world. You're going to go into deep meditation. You're going to spend a lot of time in that, and you ultimately by a lot of disciplined practice, you're going to attain samadhi, and you realize then that the world's illusory, and you choose to remain in that. Whereas this concept says, okay, we've got a bridge here. We've got a true self, or Christ, which can, it's connected to the source. It only believes in the oneness, but it can also perceive the world. So it can look on, perceive things in the physical universe of time and space. It can perceive duality, but it always interprets it from the perspective of perfect oneness, which is what the true self, or Christ, does. So that's vision. When you interpret everything here from perfect oneness, then you have true perception, or Christ vision, which strengthens your identification with this. And so this, although it's not permanent, it's like a stepping stone. So from here, if you're really rooted in your true self and you know that what you are, then it's a very short hop and a skip to pure formless awareness of perfect love, where even the Christ, or the true self, disappears. And as he says, God takes the final step. So when you're ready, your total ego construct will just fade away and be undone. And God takes the final step, and you merge back in to this awareness. So it's very helpful to have the stages. You've got the Holy Spirit, which is just these arrows that actually help you to transform your perception. And then you have the Christ, or the true self, that is the perceiver, that is able to look on these things and reinterpret them and perceive them correctly. So both are necessary to operate the system, and they will ultimately merge back into oneness. Holy Spirit and the true self, or the Christ, aren't permanent. They will fade away, and eventually there will just be this awareness, God. And there won't be a Trinity. There's just a complete unity. But the Trinity is useful in the illusion to get you back to unity. Okay, so now you understand the Holy Trinity, which is more than a lot of Christian theologians do. It's just it's an operating system designed to help you to get back home as quickly and easily as possible.
Yeah.
All right, so where are we? We've read number 5.
Yeah.
Number 6, Christine, if you can read that for us, please.
Here is the world of doubt and shadows, united with the formless realm of knowledge. Here is a quiet place within the world, purified through letting go and love. Here all contradictions are reconciled, for here the journey ends. Experience, unlearned, untaught, and unseen, is merely there. This is beyond my goal, for it transcends what can be accomplished. My attention is focused on my true self's perception. This I can attain.
Okay, so what's he saying here in summary?
Knowledge is a quiet place. Truth, knowledge is peace, love, and joy. It's the quiet place within the world, purified through letting go and love.
Well, so it's talking about, if you look at it diagrammatically, knowledge exists here. Level, we call it level 1.
Yes.
Absolute reality. And it's beyond learning, it's beyond time, it's beyond change. it's the final destination of every mind. Will come to rest in this and remain there eternally. But in the meantime, while we're still in time, knowledge is beyond my goal because I can't really accomplish it, but I can prepare myself for it. That's all we can do. So when he says God takes the final step, this pure formless awareness of perfect love, when you're ready and you've removed all the obstacles to it, it just merges with you. And you have a mystic experience that just kind of happens. So I sent out a quote yesterday saying enlightenment is an accident, but spiritual practice makes you accident prone. So you don't know when this is going to come, but you practice changing your perceptions, letting go. That's your spiritual practice, so that you prepare yourself for that. And then you become accident prone, much more likely to experience a revelatory or samadhi type experience if you've consistently been practicing this and letting it go. Okay.
Okay.
So my attention is focused on my true self's perception. This I can attain. So the entire course is a course in training your mind in true perception. It's the course. It's called the Course in Miracles because primarily the course is focused on this shift from being rooted in time and space and the ego's misperception of all the people, things, places, events, circumstances, situations, trauma, successes, failures, and all experiences that seem to happen and exist in the physical universe of time and space, to take you from that default ego misperception and up into true self's perception, Christ's vision or true self's perception via the miracle, which is the transformation of your perception, which comes about through forgiveness or letting go. So you let go of whatever psychological and emotional attachments you have here, and then that takes you up into an awareness of the true self. And it's a Course in Miracles because that process of doing that correction is miraculous. So we could put in corrections here actually: miracles, forgiveness, letting go. Miracles, corrections. Right? So this is the domain of correcting perception, changing your mind, correcting perception, still dealing with the world, but you're reinterpreting all of the events and circumstances and situations in the world from the perspective of oneself that sees through all the illusions of separation and simply reminds you, no, this can't be true because there is only one of us here. And the true self will help you to see your brothers, companions in their holy light as they really are, and really helps to create unity, in your relationships, in your mind, in your all of your interactions with people. And so that's very doable. That's livable. That's doable. It's a practical, livable philosophy, and this will come in time. If you're doing living according to the true self and its perceptions, then you're doing the best you can to fully awaken to pure formless awareness of perfect love. That will happen in time when you're ready. Okay. So really is reminding us of the scope here. Focus, he says, focus on what you can do, or what's actually doable and practical and achievable, which is the shift from the ego's misperceptions of the world, changing your perceptions to ones that are much more enlightened, coming from your true self. That's what you can do, and that's the scope of the course. Right? He says, I can't teach you this. That will come when you're ready in experience. But in the meantime, you can practice true perceptions and Christ's vision, and the miracles through the corrections you make, through the letting go. And you can do that. And in fact, you must do that, because without doing that, you remain rooted in this red box, and there's no escape. And the true self is just a concept. It's not something you actually live through. All right, so happy to move on to number 7. Christ's vision, the true self's vision has a one law.
My true self's vision has one law. It does not look upon a body and mistake it for the extension whom pure formless awareness of perfect love created. It beholds a true awareness.
So this is, just so you know, Christ is translated as the true self, Son of God. Son God is extension, and pure formless of perfect love extends, shall we say.
Also extends. It beholds a true awareness beyond the body and an idea beyond what can be touched, a purity undimmed by errors, pitiful mistakes and fearful thoughts of guilt from dreams of sin. It sees no separation, and it looks on everyone, on every circumstance, all happenings and all events, without the slightest fading of the true awareness it sees.
Sees the pure formless awareness beyond the body. Idea beyond it can be touched, purity undone by errors, pitiful mistakes, fearful thoughts of guilt. And what's the summary? What's he saying in this one?
Well, our true self's vision has only one law. It doesn't look at mistakes or the body or anything. It only perceives pure formless awareness beyond the body. It goes beyond all the unlimited errors and the mistakes and fearful thoughts. And it looks on everyone, all circumstances, all events, without the slightest fading of true awareness it sees.
All situations and events, not the slightest fading of the light it sees. So the light is the formless awareness it perceives. Okay, any other thoughts on that?
It's just one law. We're all oneness, and it doesn't see any of the problems of the body and mistakes and thoughts, fearful thoughts. Yeah. Very clear.
Yeah, very inspired, enlightened perception. It looks on, it perceives everyone, every circumstance, and all situations and events without the slightest fading of the light it perceives. So this awareness is taken into every situation, every perception you have, and then you have a solid foundation. You're not uncertain anymore. It's like this, you realize this awareness is fundamental. This awareness is true. And nothing that happens on the level of form can really touch it. So your job becomes to hold to that awareness above all else, remain rooted in this awareness, no matter what. And that's the way you learn that this awareness is eternal, and becomes more and more prevalent in your perception. And that allows the eventual merging of your mind with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay. Number 8.
This can be taught, must be taught by all who would achieve it. It requires only the recognition that the world cannot give anything that faintly compared with this in value, nor set up a goal that does not merely disappear when this has been perceived. I greet everyone. And
this I give today.
I perceive no one as a body. I greet everyone as the extensions of perfect love they truly are, acknowledging that they are one with me in pure formless awareness.
So this is what he's asking us to give. This I give today. I perceive no one as a body. No one as a body. Which is quite something, if you think, it's totally different from your ego's perception. So used to seeing people as bodies and focusing on the body and a separate self in the body, and that's the normal perception. So we'll see no one as a body. Okay? Any thoughts on that?
No, it's quite clear, and you can do it and keep it as simple as those who do it. It works.
Just keeping it in mind, saying, I don't. If people walk around in their bodies, but you don't have to perceive them as such. Perceive them as mind, as extensions of this perfect loving awareness that they truly are, irrespective of what they believe about themselves. Most people believe that they're a body, but you don't have to believe that. And then I acknowledge that they are one with me. So you're practicing this unity awareness all the time. Okay, well, you're one with me and you're one with me. And actually, there aren't really any bodies, and there's nothing that really separates me from others. What separates me is just an idea, but I don't have to believe that idea. I greet everyone as the extensions of perfect love they truly are. Acknowledging that they are one with me in pure formless awareness. And that state of mind is unconditional love. If you can do that, that's an unconditionally loving awareness. So this is how you actually do it. And so it's saying, this is what he's saying we need to give. And today I learned to give as I receive. Means I give this perception, correct perception, that they're not a body, they are pure formless awareness of perfect love. And as I give it, I must receive it. I become aware that that's the truth in me. Really very, very simple. And he's saying, well, this is a major way of learning who you are. Keep thinking of other people in this way, and you can't fail to learn it yourself, because you will receive what you've given. Okay, so number 9.
I'm just going to be about 10-15 minutes. It's putting the food out now.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to listen in. So their sins are forgiven them. So their sins are released, maybe. From their minds. Want to read that, Christine?
So their sins are released from their minds, for my true self has the power to overlook them. And it's letting go, they are gone. Unseen by the self, they merely disappear because a vision of your formless awareness that lies beyond them comes to take their place. It does not matter what form they took, nor how enormous they appeared to be, nor whom seemed to be hurt by them. They are no more. And all effects they seem to have are gone with them, undone and never to be done again, I would say.
They are no more.
Yeah, I mean, I've been practicing that today with people, to just see them as love, doing the best they can. All the disappointments and the mistakes they make, you just let it go and see them as who they really are, and don't hold on to those mistakes and disappointments. They just disappear. Sometimes they admit to it, sometimes they don't, but it doesn't really matter because they're not real, they've not deliberately done it. It's the ego playing a silly game. But when I can see it in action and just rise above it and forgive, we go.
Yeah, and then you feel liberated. So as you give that gift, you receive it.
Yeah.
So what he's saying can be so easily tested. You can do this, and you can see how you feel, and you can see that what he's saying is correct. It's immediately, not sometime in the future. It's real time. You experience in the now. depending on the way you're thinking about someone else, that's the way you're thinking about yourself. And you experience happiness or unhappiness accordingly.
And peace.
Peace, peace or disturbance of your peace. If you believe in separation, then it disturbs your peace, always. It's as simple as that. And if you notice that disturbance of peace, that's when you catch yourself and you go, no, let's just stop that train of thought and correct. That's not true. It's a discipline to do that, and this mind training is really just about learning to catch yourself. So you're practicing these ideas to catch yourself when you start, thinking thoughts of separation, and stop that and correct it. Say, no, I'm not going down that road. And so the ego is not getting fed. There's no fuel for it anymore because you're not thinking those thoughts. And if they come in, you notice them very quickly and you correct and you remind yourself, no, this is not what I want. And then it's all gone, undone and never to be done. So it's the great canceller out. It's like the Holy Spirit comes in and just says, everything is undone and the past is erased, and they are this erases all of it. It was never done. It will never be done. And so what you're really doing is canceling time and space out. It's erasing the need for this linear construct of time. And time only happens because of space, because we have space, and now we're moving around in space, and so things seem to happen. And then we say, well, this is now time. That happened, and then this happened, and now time has elapsed. But actually, none of that's true. It's only ever now. So the Holy Spirit just erases the whole thing. It says, none of it's necessary. If you're completely innocent, you're absolved of guilt and fear and sin and attack. And none of these circumstances and events that seem to happen in this world need to happen. In fact, they haven't happened. And you can cancel them all out, and they don't need to happen. So you go above the timeline with all the drama, and you go up into this awareness. And more you start to be able to stay at that awareness. Yeshua calls it above the battleground. Okay, I'm kind of floating above the battleground. Got the helicopter view of what's going on down below. And it's quite peaceful. I don't have to get involved in the dramas and the traumas of this world, because I am rooted in this awareness, which is eternal. And so in this awareness, I'm already home. There's nothing to do. That's why it says the script's written. I'm already home if I'm rooted in that awareness. The journey's already over in that awareness. And so for a while, we're going to still continue in a body with perceptions going on. But this awareness more and more is guiding us, is in our minds, and really is the unshakable presence that just says, don't worry about it. Don't get sucked in to believing any of this stuff. Just recognize that it's all illusion, and that you are okay because I'm with you. You are with me. We are one in pure formless awareness of perfect love, and so you're fine. In that awareness, that nothing, there's no problem. Nothing can ever go wrong. Okay. Number 10, thus do you learn, so I learn.
And so I learn to give as I receive. So my true self's vision perceives me as well. This lesson is not difficult to learn if I only remember that in my companions I perceive myself. If I'm lost in sin, so must they be. But if I perceive pure formless awareness in them, I have to let go of my sins. Each companion whom I meet today gives me another chance to let my true self's vision shine on me and offer me the peace of perfect love. I was listening to Rupert Spira again, and it's all making so much more sense now. He was talking about the awareness and how our thoughts and emotions are not who we are, but we are the observer. And another question he was answering was around happiness. And I mean, once you let go of all the things that you think are upsetting you with other people and events and circumstances going wrong, when you let them go, you can just stay in that happiness. I am happy. I am peaceful. And love yourself as you love each person I meet today.
The true self's perceptions shine on me, offer me the peace of perfect love.
And there's a my there in number 4 that needs to disappear. Awareness in them, I have let go of my sins.
Yeah, I perceive pure formless awareness in them. I must have let go of my sins. Let go of my sins. So the emphasis on relationships, and he goes on and on about it, because he's saying this is practically speaking the how you undo the ego. You change your perception of your brothers, of other people. So don't see them as bodies. Don't hold the past against them, and then you free your own mind into this true self, into a timeless awareness. And as you've given to them, so you receive it. And he's saying you can practice this every day because you're meeting people every day. So every encounter you can practice this, and you can just see what happens as you give that perception to them. See what happens in your own awareness, and see the effect on them. And it's just having the remembrance, the awareness to do it, because we forget. So every encounter is a whole encounter. Every person is an opportunity to practice this, to learn this principle, this primary fundamental teaching. Every experience is an opportunity to learn this. So let me start learning instead of being oblivious, just carrying on without really knowing what we're doing here. So it's a major lesson. If you can live this way, imagine what it would do to your relationships. You see everyone as holy. You see everyone as sinless, innocent, no matter what they've done. It's a complete undoing of the ego.
There's no guilt. All the guilt seems to fall away. And mistakes are just, we all make mistakes.
It's just a mistake. Oh, well, let it go. Don't hold it against someone. The special relationship, is particularly challenging in that regard, because it's tempting to hold it against someone, especially if they, your special partner. But in that special relationship, you bring this into it, and you say, okay, well, I know I'm tempted, but no, I'm going to see the person as innocent, no matter what. Then you perceive yourself as innocent. You give what you want to receive, and that can only, transform your mind and the relationship as well. And that's the purpose of the relationship then is exactly that process, to correct your mind and heal both of your minds, take your minds back to God. That's the purpose. Okay, anything else in number 10?
No, it's very simple. It
Yeah,
does,
yeah,
it
very
does
simple.
not matter when revelation comes, or it matters not.
Doesn't matter when revelation comes.
For that is not time. The time has still one gift to give, in which true knowledge is effected. In a way so accurate, its image, in a way so accurate, its image shares its unseen pure formless awareness, and its lightness shines with its immortal love. I practice perceiving with the eyes of my true self today, and through the pure gifts I give, my true self's vision also perceives itself.
Yeah, so he's saying time has one gift to give, and it's this true perception, Christ's vision. And then its image shares its unseen pure formless awareness, and its likeness shines with its immortal love. Knowledge is reflected. So we become, although knowledge is beyond perception, it can get reflected in this world. And its image, well, so accurate, its image, maybe capital I there. So knowledge's image, which would be us, the wise, enlightened beings of this world, epitomize that knowledge, that image that they present to the world, then represents pure formless awareness of perfect love. And it's like that, and it shines with its immortal love. And so we see this shining radiance, and it's depicted with the halos. It kind of shines out from these wise, enlightened beings, and so we see through them. We see into this other awareness, into this other realm, and so they become, have access points, portals to that awareness, which is why they're revered. People perceive that these people are divine, and they have access to the source, and that's what we all want. Of course, the ego can hijack that and say, well, worship them rather than learn from them. Learn that they're just showing you the divine, this other realm, and so that you can have it for yourself, so that you can be like them. So you don't worship them, you become like them, and you raise yourself up to their same level of awareness, which you're capable of, because you have exactly the same capability, potential as they do, just whether you'll use it or not. Okay, so practice perceiving correctly all of your brothers in this enlightened way, and that's the fast track. That's the quickest way out of the dream, which is why there's such an emphasis on relationships. He's saying this way is actually the quickest way. Taking yourself off to a cave and meditating. He says, yeah, that could work, but it's tedious. He says the means are tedious, time-consuming, and not necessary, because actually, moment by moment in your life, if you're living in a normal life and world, you're interacting with people all the time. So you have these opportunities daily, hourly, to interact with people in a holy way. How many people do you see on average in a day? probably several, most people, whether it's on Zoom or whether it's in person. And so, you can practice seeing beyond the body, seeing beyond the form, seeing just the light, the pure formless awareness, holding them in that light, and then you think about them, you perceive them, and you speak and you act accordingly. And that is going to be transformational for those relationships. That's now unconditional love coming into all of your relationships. So this is what it means. This is what unconditional love means. Most people have no idea what it means or how to do it. He's actually saying, well, it's actually very practical. If you do this, you follow the directions of this course, and you focus on letting go of any blocks that you have in that relationship, in that moment, then you clean your mind, you're perceiving correctly, and this is then unconditional love that's flowing between you. And the person cannot fail to be aware of that. Everyone, is sensitive on some level to it, and they pick up. Okay, there's such a a loving, kind of kind, warm energy, or actually I felt disconnected and I felt separated, or maybe I felt judged, because we pick up intuitively what's going on. So it's saying, apply this in every relationship. As I give this, holy perception, so I receive it. So I learn that this is for me as well, that I must be the true self, because I'm perceiving from the true self's perspective. But if I keep perceiving from that perspective over and over and over again, eventually I have to acknowledge that I must be it, right? That true self is me. See how it works. And so then we correct our misperception that we're something else. Okay, so any comments, questions, or thoughts on that? And then personalized executive summary. So you can just read that through. Let's check it. It's not too long, a few paragraphs, and then we can do a meditation on it if you like.
Okay. In my understanding, I have received the knowledge that I am awareness, an extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love. I am sinless, forever unafraid, and connected to my source. This knowledge is inherent in me and cannot be lost. It is also It is also not exclusive to me, as every living thing has this knowledge.
Let's change that to innocent. Every living thing, maybe every sentient being. Which is, the basis of respect for all beings, for all animals, even plants, because you say, well, everything has this knowledge. Everything is connected to its source, which is sacred and divine. So we are all one with that, with that source. So they deserve, to be treated with love and respect, because they are the source, just as I am. Even a cockroach has this, this essence, this life essence. Most people are, disgusting cockroach, don't like them, but it has the essence of life in it. actually Byron Katie, she awoke through a cockroach. You know, she was sleeping on the floor in a rehab center because she didn't think she was worthy enough to sleep on a bed. How's that for unworthiness? So she's sleeping on the floor and she wakes up, and this cockroach is crawling over her foot, and she just has this moment of awareness where she looks at it, instead of repulsion or revulsion and brushing it off, she just looks at it and goes, yeah, that's the same awareness as me right there in the cockroach. And then she gets up and she looks in the mirror and she goes, who's looking at who? And there's just this underlying awareness that's looking at this, so-called body. She realized that she wasn't the body. She was just this awareness. And so you can awaken through a cockroach. That's the message. It's always possible because it has the very same awareness as you do. Just you've got to correct some of your misperceptions. So in the ego's world, we go, oh well, a cockroach isn't really worth anything. A cockroach is just an annoying pest, household pest that should be exterminated. We don't see that it has the very essence of life that we are, and by exterminating it, we're believing in the thought system of death and actually destroying ourselves.
And even rocks, crystals hold records and knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, he talks about every living thing, but this awareness underlies everything, right? Because it's the awareness without which there could be nothing. There would be no universe, no sentient beings, nothing without the fundamental awareness that underlies it. So it's in everything and everywhere, which is why he says, lesson 30, God is in everything I see because God is in my mind. This awareness is everywhere. And, it's our job to just see that. Well, that's our only job in this world is to be able to perceive that.
Okay, shall I continue?
Yeah, time is an illusion.
Time is an illusion, and the journey I seek to undertake is already complete. Experience cannot be shared directly, but vision can. Eventually, every mind will realize the oneness of the source and its extension. But the time when this will happen is determined by each seemingly individual mind.
Well, so, it's a done deal, but you're just saying, well, apparently within time, you have the choice as to when you want to learn this, as he says in the introduction to the text. Free will does not mean that you can establish a curriculum. It means only that you can elect what you want to take at a given time. So what do I want to learn? And as he also says somewhere else in the course, the mind is capable of enormous procrastination. People can procrastinate and delay that seemingly endlessly, lifetime after lifetime. They just don't want to get it. Reincarnation is just the stubborn belief that you know what you're doing here, that actually you are separate, you are human, you kind of got a handle on it, and you don't want to entertain any other ideas. And then so you come back and you do the same thing again and again and again. But eventually every mind will realize the oneness of the source and its extension, and the entire mind will come back to at one. But that may take a very, very long time. As he says in the section called The Meaning of the Last Judgment, the separation is unfolded over millions of years. Actually, it's billions of years, and it might take millions or billions more to unwind it. For every mind in the illusion to go back, it seems like a big ask, but all you can do is manage your own mind. You can make the choice for yourself. And you don't have to wait billions of years. You can do it now. Right now. There's nothing stopping you. You can get this in this lifetime, transcend time and space, and go back home to eternity. And that's your only task here, your only true purpose, function, task in this world. Okay.
Well,
So then everyone's going to get there, but it might take a while. But you don't have to be delayed by anyone, because you can make the choice right now, every moment, to go home.
the world I perceive is a realm of dark and shadows, but within it there exists a quiet place where contradictions are reconciled. Experience itself is merely present, unlearned and untaught. My goal is to attain my true self's perception and transcend what can be accomplished within this world.
And let me say this experience. Merely present. Unlearned and untaught. My goal only there, unlearned and untaught. My goal is to prepare myself. I think we should say something about prepare. My goal is to prepare myself for this experience,
Of my true self.
revelatory experience, by receiving with my seeing the world as my true self. And ultimately transcend perception. Just read that from the top, but my goal is to prepare myself if you just read that sentence. Can you hear me?
No, I can't. Speaker keeps
You can't hear me.
Okay, now I can hear you. It's my speaker connection.
Okay. But my goal is to prepare myself
For this revelatory experience by perceiving the world with my true self and ultimately transcend the perception of this world.
Oh. So perception is a correction of perception is necessary to prepare ourselves for this kinds of mystic experiences. All right, so my true self's vision or perception.
And true self's perception perceives beyond the body, recognizing pure formless awareness in others and perceiving all circumstances without judgment based on the belief in separation. It is a vision of purity and innocence, untouched by guilt or sin.
Okay.
To achieve this vision, I must first recognize that the world offers nothing of comparable value. Instead, I should perceive others as extensions of perfect love, acknowledging our shared innocence. In doing so, their sins are released because my true self's vision has the power to overlook them. My true self's perception has the power to overlook them.
We used to achieve this vision. We used vision here. There's a vision of purity and innocence. I guess we could keep that.
Keep it.
Has the power to overlook them.
Learning to give as I receive, I have the opportunity to let my true self's vision shine upon me through my interactions with my companions. By perceiving with the eyes of my true self, I acknowledge true knowledge, I reflect true knowledge and extend pure gifts to everyone.
And those pure gifts, I'll name them unconditional love, peace, and joy to everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, revelation is timeless.
Revelation is timeless, and time itself offers the gift of reflecting true knowledge and unseen innocence and purity. Today, I practice perceiving with the eyes of my true self, allowing its vision to reveal myself and others through the gifts I offer.
Time offers the gift of reflecting true knowledge. So in time, this is our task here is to reflect, to see things in a way that reflects this true knowledge. And the unseen innocence and purity. There I practice perceiving the eyes of my true self. It's its vision to reveal myself. And the same self in others through the gifts I offer. It's a very simple idea, right? But it requires a lot of awareness to practice it. And the key message, just very short, to summarize the whole thing.
Key message is that I'm an extension of perfect love and connected to my source. Time is an illusion, and my goal is to perceive only what is presently before me with the vision of my true self, which perceives the inherent purity and innocence in myself and others.
So I see it in them, and then I must see it in myself. As I give to them, so I receive it. And that's how I learned that self must be me. Over and over and over, we practice its perception. Okay, so it's the end of the lesson. Shall we do a meditation on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Leonie, back.
Oh, yes, I have been for the last 10 minutes.
Okay. So
Meditation should be good.
And then I'll take a 10-minute break because I want to eat something.
okay. So just making yourself comfortable in your favorite meditation posture. So sitting feet shoulder width apart, your back straight, cup your hands in your lap, or have your hands palms facing upwards on the thighs. Close your eyes. Start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you're breathing in and you're noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Just pausing at the top of the inhale. The maximal inhale breath. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Pull the energy up the spine into your heart center. Draw it up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. It's a maximal inhale breath. So just pause, scan your mind. Noticing any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations. So particularly anything related to another person or people, anything that's doesn't feel happy, loving, kind. Notice that. We're going to work with that. Help you to let go of that and find true self-perception. And opens you to awareness of that self. So just be willing to lay this aside, let go. Use your breath to help you. So you exhale, you breathe out, and just blow it all out. The breeze of the breath. The nothingness that it really is. Lower stomach into the spine, expel it out. Rest here, deep peace and stillness. And invite these powerful words as a summary of the lesson. It contains the key wisdom and invite it into life, into your awareness, to your life. There's no resistance. Just drop all resistance and Stay rooted in this awareness. And so I'm going to read a summary to you, and you affirm what I've read. So I'll do it slowly. You affirm what I've read, so it becomes an affirmation of these profound truths. So breathing in through your nose, and then as you breathe in, you hold the breath briefly. I'll speak the words. Then I'll pause, you exhale out through your nose, and you speak the words. No rush, slowly, casually, deliberately. Affirmations of truth, ideas. You're reprogramming your mind, going into the deeper parts of your subconscious mind. If you do this kind of mind training to really undo any thing that negates love. So breathing in through the nose, maximum inhale breath. Notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Put one hand on your heart center if you want to feel into your heart, opening your heart to this message. Pause at the top of the inhale as you listen to this personalized executive summary of this lesson 158. So in my understanding, I have received the knowledge that I am awareness. So exhale out through the nose. Repeat those words. Breathing in again. An extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Feel into that extension, extended by your source right now, and your very essence, your source is. Here with you now. Breathing in again, say I am innocent, forever unafraid and connected to my source. Eternally. Exhale out through the nose as you speak those powerful words. Breathing in again. This knowledge is inherent in me and cannot be lost. Exhale as you speak those short, simple, but powerful words. It is also not exclusive to me. As every sentient being has this knowledge. So just breathing in as I speak, hold the breath briefly, and then you exhale out through the nose as you speak. I remind you to do that every so often, but not every sentence. Breathing in. Time is an illusion. So the journey I seem to undertake is already complete. Exhale as you speak those powerful words. It's a done deal. The journey's over. You need do nothing. Just accept the truth. And then again, experience cannot be shared directly. a true perception can. Eventually, every mind will realize the oneness of the source and its extension. Exhale as you repeat that. But the time when this will happen is determined by each seemingly individual mind. Breathing in again. The world I perceive is a realm of doubt and shadows. Then again, but within it, there exists a quiet place where all contradictions are reconciled. Breathing in again. This experience is merely there, unlearned and untaught. But my goal is to prepare my capital self for this revelatory experience by perceiving the world with my true self. And ultimately transcend the perception of this world. And then again, my true self's perception sees beyond the body, recognizing pure formless awareness in others, and perceiving all circumstances without judgment based on the belief in separation. Then again, it is a vision of purity and it's untouched by guilt or sin. And again, to achieve this vision, I must first recognize that the world offers incomparable beauty. Instead, I should perceive others as extensions of perfect love, acknowledging our shared innocence. In doing so, their sins are released, because my true self's vision has the power to overlook them. True self's perception has the power to overlook them all. Breathing in again, nice deep inhale, breath. Connect with your heart center again. If you want to, a hand on your heart. And listen to these profound words. Learning to give as I receive. I have the opportunity to let my true self vision shine upon me. Through my interactions with my companions. By perceiving with the eyes of my true self, I reflect true knowledge and extend its pure gifts of unconditional love, peace, and joy to everyone. I breathe in this deep awareness of truth, knowledge of eternal truth, pure formless awareness of perfect love. And as you exhale, you have a sense of extending. Extend its pure gifts of unconditional love, peace, and joy to everyone who crosses your mind. And feel what that does to you. You feel peaceful, you feel calm, happy. And you'll become aware the more you do it that that is what happens. This unconditionally loving way that you've learned in this lesson is the way to peace, love, joy, happiness for you. So as you give, receive. So learning to give as I receive. The opportunity to learn who I really am, to learn that I am one with love. I am pure formless awareness, perfect love and nothing else. The more I give it, the more I realize I have it to give, and I live in an unlimited, abundant world. I'm breathing in. Revelation is timeless. Time offers the gift of reflecting true knowledge. And unseen innocence and purity. Breathing in again. Today I practice perceiving with the eyes of my true self. Allowing its vision to reveal my true self. And the same self in others through the gifts I offer them. So the key message section in the sentences is that I am an extension of perfect love and connected to my source. Say, I am an extension of perfect love connected to my source. Time is an illusion. And my goal is to perceive only what is presently before me with the vision of my true self. Perceives the inherent purity and innocence in myself and others. So it is. Amen. Which means so be it, or so it is. And so just give yourself a couple of minutes just to be in this presence, just in the light of the truth. And there's nowhere else to go and there's nothing else to do. Nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still. Breathing in and out through the nose to help you still your mind, focus on the breath. Any distracting thoughts, just let them go by turning your attention to the breath. The sense of connecting with each breath, with your source, as you inhale and as you exhale. Sending that out. Presence, that essence, feel that. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. You just breathe, relax, be still, and surrender to the experience. Fully give yourself over to this enlightened experience. It's a little taste of knowledge, foretaste of pure formless awareness, perfect love. Without expectation, just surrender to the moment and allow whatever experience to arise for you in this quiet state. The next 2 minutes of deep silence. Just be in presence of knowledge and be yourself, true self. in this deep state of connected awareness. And bring your awareness back into the body and the breath and the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. So also of air into the nostrils. Pause at the top of the inhale, scan your mind, notice any thoughts, emotions, body sensations related to that. If there's anything that's at all unpleasant, difficult, untoward, just release that, reminding yourself that today I give as I receive. So I give forgiveness, I give love. Usually if there's something unpleasant, it's related to someone, some person or people in your life. So you give them and yourself the gift of unconditional love. When you let go, you exhale, just use your breath to help you to release them, blowing them out. With the breeze of your breath, and nothingness that there you are. And they're like dark clouds of black smoke leaving you, and going and going and gone. Low stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you just rest in stillness, the peace of pure formless awareness that's always there, even while you come back into the on the count of 2, notice the weight of your body. Pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling and touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. Notice all that from this very still, calm and surrendered state. No judgment. Notice that this deeper awareness that you had in your meditation is still very much there, and just set the intention to stay connected to this. You might want to remind yourself of today's lesson frequently. So listen to the short breath break I've given you, or you can follow the instructions I've given you in your email or text message, just to do it in under a minute or 3 or 4 minutes. And that'll keep you connected to the peace of God, the peace of pure formless awareness that is always there. So it is said, so it is done. And now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So just looking around. Take a minute just to reconnect with this world, at the same time staying connected to your deeper awareness. Notice as you look around that really there is only this awareness still always there, and always available to you. no matter what you look at, no matter what you perceive. So look at an object, notice that awareness there, close your eyes, notice the awareness still there, open your eyes, look at another object, notice that the same awareness, this peaceful awareness, pure formless awareness, still very much there, never gone away. In truth, it's always there because it's always in the mind. So you're learning that this awareness is the truth of you. It's the fundamental awareness that cannot be undone. And when you fully know that, that's knowledge, and that prepares you for experience of knowledge being pure formless awareness, experience of pure formless awareness, perfect love. In the meantime, you correct your perceptions, work with your true self to correct perceptions. That's the best you can do. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and of the first part of the session, which is the lesson. So we've done that. Now let's move on to the text if you're good with that.
Yeah.
All right. So how are you feeling? Can you join us with some text?
Me, can I have 10 minutes off? And I'll come back just now.
Yeah, okay. No problem. I'll get started. In the meantime, you can listen in if you like. So dive into the text, shall we? And maybe John will join us to help matters. See. Yeah, I'm just getting this ready, Elaine. If you want to take a 2-minute break,
Yeah, that's fine.
get a cup of tea or do whatever. Just prepping this dock so everything's there. Otherwise we have it's the wrong section. All right. Okay, so I'm going to have a look at today's text reading, which is from section 4 of chapter 19, called the Obstacles to Peace. And this is A, which is the first obstacle. And the first obstacle is the desire to get rid of it, desire to get rid of peace. So it's 9 paragraphs. Yeah, well, let's get into it, shall we?
Yeah.
So you want to read in the alternative, just the Son of God will become an extension of perfect love. Otherwise, fairly much the same. So first obstacle, that peace must flow across.
The first obstacle that peace must flow across is my desire to get rid of it, or if it cannot extend unless I keep it. I am the center from which it radiates outward. To call the others in, I am its home, its tranquil dwelling place from which it gently reaches out, but never leaving me. If I would make it homeless, how can it abide within the extension of perfect love? If it would spread across the whole extension, it must begin with me, and from me reach to everyone who calls, and bring them rest by joining me.
Okay, so what's he saying here? Summary.
Well, the first obstacle to peace is to let it flow across, but there is a desire to get rid of this peace by the ego, the separate self. Or it cannot extend unless I keep it, We're the center of where it can radiate outward to others. And, within is a home, a nice tranquil dwelling place, which gently reaches out but never leaves me. It's always there. I can make it homeless. But how can it be within the extension of perfect love if I do that? So we want to spread it across the whole extension. And of course, it will need to begin with me. And from me, it reaches out to everyone who calls, and bring them rest by joining me in my rest.
Everyone who calls for it, shall we say, and bring them rest by joining me. So the ego doesn't want peace. We have to recognize that it's not a peaceful thought system. It can't stand peace sustainably because peace will undo it. So it has to create drama. And so people say, I just want peace, but then they create drama, and they continuously think thoughts that disturb their peace. So the truth is they don't really want peace, then they actually want to be a separate self with all that entails.
Yeah, that's true.
So we truly want peace. That's our fundamental desire. And we acknowledge that. So I choose peace instead of this, then healing can happen. Then we open our minds to a change and a correction. That's why in the instrument for peace, if you recall, it's so well, peace was lost to me through my desire for something else, as it will be given back to me through my desire for it. So I must choose it. I can't have peace if I'm trying to get rid of it. So it's bizarre that we're trying to get rid of that which we what we should really want, but that's that's the ego's upside down thought system. And you have to recognize that actually you do have a resistance to peace, and a part of your mind likes the drama and doesn't want to be peaceful, and that's the part that you need to bring into awareness and allow peace to flow across it. Say, well, no, I choose peace to override this. My desire for peace will override my desire for conflict and disturbance of my peace, if I choose for it to do so. But it's up to me to make that choice moment by moment.
Yeah.
If it wants to spread across the whole extension, it must begin with me. So many people are asking for more peace in the world. We want peace between countries. We want world peace. But that lofty goal is only achievable if you find peace in your individual life, in your relationships, within yourself, just in your own mind, in your relationships, in your home, in your family, in your society. That's where the rubber meets the road. So it must begin with me, and from me, then it can reach to everyone. If I'm established in peace, then I become an instrument for peace, an agent for peace in this world. And bring them rest by joining them. Bring others rest by joining me in that peace. So I invite them into my peace, just through my attitude, through my peaceful, loving attitude towards others. I'm inviting them into that peace. Okay, so that's happy to move on to
Yes.
So then he asked the question, why would I want peace homeless?
Why would I want peace homeless? What do I think that it must dispossess to dwell with me? What seems to be the cost I am so unwilling to pay? The little barrier of sand still stands between me and my companion. Would I reinforce it now? I am not asked to let it go for myself alone. My true self asks it of me for itself.
Just pause there. Just allow me to. And do I want to reinforce it now? I'm not asked to let it go for myself alone. Just let it go for yourself alone. So he's talking about the barrier, little barrier of sand. So he's talking about the little barrier of interesting. Do you think sand is referring to time? The sands of time.
Yeah, because
barrier of
usually
sand.
those little
Why is it use sand?
Could be.
Still stands between me and my companion. Sands of time.
What
a little
else can
barrier
it be?
of
Sand. Yeah.
it's a symbol for a little barrier of grievances, I think. A little bank of wall of dust.
Yeah.
A little barrier of grievances, which still stands between me and my companion.
Yeah, that's better.
I want to reinforce it now. I'm not asked to let it go for myself alone. my true self, Christ. Says Christ asks it of you for himself. True self asks it of me for itself. That's correct. Christ asks it of you for himself. So self asks it of me for itself, because it's asking me to accept it into my mind as my identity. For itself, so it wants every mind to be one with it. All right, carry on. So it wants to bring peace.
It wants to bring peace to everyone. And how can it do this except through me? Would I let a little bank of sand, oh, there's that sand again, a wall of dust, a tiny seeming barrier, standing between my companions and awakening? And yet this little... yeah.
Let's just pause on this. Yeah, I want. I really want a little grievance, a wall of hatred, and a tiny seeming barrier to stand between my companions in your brothers in salvation, my companions and awakening. And yet this little remnant of attack. Carry on.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. And yet this little remnant, yeah, sorry. Yeah. And yet this little remnant of attack I cherish still against my companion is the first obstacle the peace in me encounters in its going forth.
Going forth beyond its extension.
This little wall of hatred would still oppose the will of pure formless awareness of perfect love and keep it limited.
So my translation was correct, a wall of hatred. That's exactly what it is. It's a little wall of hatred. Still opposes the formless awareness of perfect love and keeps it limited. Okay. So what's he saying here? Summary of number 2.
Well, it's about we're wanting peace to be homeless. And we're still not prepared to give up what it's costing us. We're putting up a little barriers of grievances, and that's down between, myself and my companions. And do I always want to reinforce that now? So it's just, we're just constantly putting little barriers between our companions and awakening. We're just not allowing the pure formless awareness of love where it rightly belongs. We're keeping it limited.
And one grievance held against anyone disturbs your peace and prevents pure formless awareness from arising. This is so it opposes the experience of pure formless awareness, of perfect love, and keeps it limited. Keeps it seemingly limited. Seemingly keeps it limited. As we're not aware of it, so we're pushing it away. This is what he means. You push away pure formless awareness to your grievances. You're pushing away peace, which is insane. Why would you do that? He's saying, why would I want to be homeless? Why wouldn't I want to accept it? Because it's what I really want. It's the true yearning of my heart. So why would I want to keep a grievance instead?
Yeah.
No matter what the seeming justification is in this world, you have to see that it's a setup. It's all designed to disturb your peace. Once you see the ego's game, then you can see beyond it. So no, I'm not going to play that game. Actually, I don't want my peace to be disturbed. I just want pure formless awareness, the perfect love, and the peace that it brings. So it's it becomes an absolute commitment, no matter what the situation is. You must commit to peace. No matter what the outcome on the level of form is, you choose peace. And it's that really unwavering choice that he's asking us to make. So don't be lured by these little grievances, attack thoughts, because it's just designed to disturb your peace and prevent you from awakening from the whole nightmare of separation. That's what it's doing. So don't listen to the ego, and just listen to the voice for peace and the peaceful presence in you that is trying to help you in all ways, in all of your perceptions, all of your relationships. Don't deny it by accepting grievances and hatred and attack thoughts instead. Okay with number 2?
Yes.
All right, so number 3, let's read this in the originals, but to translate, so the Holy Spirit's purpose. Let's do it line by line.
The Holy Spirit's purpose rests in peace within you. Remembrance of perfect love's purpose rests in peace within me. Yet you will still unwillingly let it join you wholly, yet I will yet I am still unwilling to let it join me wholly. Yep, so see. You still oppose the will of God just by a little. I still oppose the will of pure formless awareness of perfect love just by a little. I need to move that up a little bit as well. So you see it.
Oppose, yeah, pure formless awareness of perfect love, just by a little.
And that little is a limit I would place upon the whole. Pure formless. I can't see the rest.
Yeah, foolishness. Limit I want to place upon the whole.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love, love's will. Oh, well, God's will, is that just him?
No,
Is that
God's
very
will is one,
different?
not many.
Yeah, so it's just pure formless awareness in place of. Perfect love's will is one, not many. It has no
Okay.
opposition, for there is none beside it.
Perfect love's awareness is one, not many. Okay, so there's only one awareness. That's really what he's saying. The will of God is one, is there's only one awareness. Translate will as awareness, not many awarenesses. Has no opposition, for there is none beside it. So there is no other awareness beside it. Okay? So that's the non-dual truth. The ego, of course, has invented another awareness and has proposed that that is actually a replacement for true awareness, pure formless awareness. And so our task becomes to deny the other awareness. It seems to be beside it, seem to have a choice in this world between these awarenesses, thought systems, and to choose only the one awareness. If we do that consistently, we learn that that awareness is the only awareness, and it's our awareness.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Would I want to still contain behind my little barrier and keep separate from my companion seems mighty than the universe, for it would hold back the universe and its creator. This little wall would hide the purpose of the state of pure formless awareness and keep it from the state of pure formless awareness.
So the universe here is not actually referring to the universe of form, of time and space, which a lot of people get confused about. The universe he's talking about, because for it would hold back the universe and its creator, people go, oh, well, what is he saying? That God created the universe. But it's not this universe he's talking about. It's a universe of truth. So that's actually should be capitalized because it's referring to the transcendent realm. But we look at the eternity, this we could include universe in here, eventually. Revelation.
Divine.
Oh, when he says universe, he's actually meaning this.
Oh, I see, yeah.
He's pointing to level one universe, not anything in form.
Yeah.
So we clarify that. The universe of truth. What would hold back the universe, capital. So anything in level 1, anything in this domain should be capitalized, because it's referring to ultimate reality. Which then removes the confusion. Universe capitalized, you don't mistake it for the small universe, false universe. We're going to hold back for so hold back seems to exclude, maybe. I think that's what he means. Holds back seems to exclude the universe and its source. This little wall hides the purpose of the state. So, purpose of heaven and keep it from heaven. So the wall hides the purpose of pure formless awareness and keeps it from the purpose of heaven and keep it from heaven. And we say, and keep me, that would be a bit, I think. Hides the purpose of pure awareness.
Do you want to watch women's football or?
Keeps me from the state of pure formless awareness. Okay, so what's he saying there?
Well, the remembrance of perfect love's purpose rests in the peace within us. Yet we're still unwilling to join wholly with it. We're favouring the separate self with its little hatred and barriers of grievances, and for some reason we all seem to want to favour this, and so preventing us to reach the pure formless awareness. Yeah, this is the little wall that hides the purpose of the pure formless awareness. It keeps us from the state of pure formless awareness. Yeah. We're still keen to keep our barriers, aren't we?
So the grievances, any little grievance you have, any little attack thought, even a minor irritation, frustration, it's all a denial of pure formless awareness. So we're then choosing that instead of the peace.
Switch everything off.
Awareness. Which makes no sense. All right, happy to move on to 4.
Yes.
Okay, read in the original and then the alternative.
All of it.
Quite a lot of God's will of God, salvation. So would you trust salvation away?
Would you trust salvation away from the giver of salvation? For such have you become.
Yeah,
Please
I'll
could
just
you-
alternate from one. So
Yeah.
one line.
Would I trust awakening away from the giver of awakening? For such I have become. Peace could no more depart from me than from pure formless awareness of perfect love.
And then from God. Pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay. You're not this little obstacle, so I will not fear this little obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
It cannot contain the will of God.
The will, of God.
It
Fear
cannot
not.
contain. I need to actually put the numbers back. I've forgotten about that. See anything with ChatGPT, it takes out. I do the translations, and sometimes it takes out the numbers.
Yeah.
Which is just another forgiveness opportunity.
Yes.
Four. I not fear this little obstacle. 5. To contain the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Peace will flow across it and join me without hindrance.
Awakening cannot be withheld from me. It is my purpose. I cannot choose apart from this.
But there's no other choice, really.
No. I have no purpose apart from my companion, nor apart from the one I asked the remembrance of perfect love to share with me.
Yeah, the little wall will fall away.
The little wall will fall away so quietly beneath the wings of peace. For peace will send its messengers from me to all the world. And barriers will fall away before their coming, as easily as those that I interpose will be surmounted. That's a long one. For peace will send the messengers to all the world and barriers.
Just say to everyone. So remember, this is happening on the level of mind. You know, everyone's connected. So all the world means that we're connected with this one mind. You know, the mind of extension.
Yeah.
Quantum field, as they call it in science. And so, if you're in peace, you are communicating that into the quantum field.
Right. Yeah.
And that then influences every mind because we're all connected to it, even though obviously most people will never hear about you, they don't know you, you're influencing it on an energetic level.
Yeah.
Peace will send its messengers from me to everyone, and barriers will fall away before their coming as easily as those that I interpose will be surmounted. It's saying that the barriers the ego erects against this peace cannot sustain against it. We allow it, peace will come and it will flow across these little grievances in our minds, and we will give the blessing of peace to everyone. And if you think about that, oh, I'm cherishing this little grievance against someone in my, say, special relationship, but actually this is also petty compared with giving peace to everyone, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm actually denying that peace to everyone when I hold the grievance, because then I'm not at peace myself. And so what I'm radiating out into the mind is not peaceful. It's disturbance of peace. So I'm part of the problem of this world rather than part of the solution, because my energy is not peaceful. And so that's what I'm spreading into the world. And whenever I'm seeing, conflict and attack, then I'm part of that problem, not part of the solution. So he's just telling us that straight and saying, well, choose again. Surely you want peace above all else. All right. Any other thoughts on number 4?
Yeah, it's clear. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, happy to move on to 5. To overcome the world is no more difficult. That you can just read an alternative.
To overcome the world is no more difficult than to surmount my little wall. For in the correction of my innocent relationship, without this barrier, is every correction contained. There is no order of difficulty in corrections, for they are all the same. Each is a gentle winning over from the appeal of guilt to the appeal of love. How can this fail to be accomplished whenever it is undertaken? Guilt can raise no real barriers against it, and all that seems to stand between me and my companion must fall away because of the appeal I answered. From me who answered. It who answered me would call. Its home is in my innocent relationship. Do not attempt to stand between it.
Just let me catch up.
Yeah.
Well, I just get behind and I can't concentrate. Okay, rest, that's good. 6, 7. Answered 8. From me who answered it. From me who answered it. From me who answered, it who answered me would call. That's a rather clumsy sentence. It who answered me would call. Original. You who answered, he who answered you would call. So it who answered me is a remembrance. Perfect love. Answered me. Call from me. call from me who answered it. Okay, so I become the instrument of this remembrance of perfect love in the world. So it answered me, and then it will call from me who answered it. Okay. Number 9.
Its home is my innocent relationship. Do not attempt to stand between it and its innocent purpose, for it is mine. But let it quietly extend.
I will not attempt.
I will not attempt to stand between it and its innocent purpose, for it is mine. But let it quietly extend the correction of my relationship to everyone contained in it as it was given.
Let him quietly extend the miracle of your relationship to everyone contained in it as it was given. But I let it quietly extend the what correction there. Correction of my relationship would be the transformation of it. To everyone contained in it. And instead, quietly extend the correction of my relationship to everyone contained in it. The relationship. Everyone contained in the relationship. I'm not sure what as it was given. I'll just take that out. Doesn't really work. And quietly extend the correction of my relationship to everyone contained in the relationship. So the idea is the holy relationship. Everyone is actually contained in it because it's dedicated to truth, the one mind, the one awareness. So it's a miniature of the sonship. Everyone, truth. Everyone in truth is contained in it. So it becomes an example, showing the way to people out of the dream world, back to the truth. Okay. And there is a hush in heaven.
There is a hush in heaven, a happy expectancy, a little pause of gladness, an acknowledgement of the journey's end. And there's a hush in the state of pure formless awareness, a happy expectancy, a little pause of gladness, an acknowledgement of the journey's end. And for heaven knows you well as you know heaven. Where are we? For the state of pure formless awareness knows me well as I know the state of pure formless awareness. No illusions stand between me and my companion now. Look not upon the little wall of shadows. The sun has risen over it. How can a shadow keep me from the sun?
I just pause it there.
Mhm.
Change that. I will not look upon the little wall of shadows. And that's 4. I will not look upon the little wall of shadows. So should we translate the imagery, the little wall of grievances, maybe?
Yeah.
The sun being the light of true awareness. So the say the sun of the wall of grievances, the wall of sun of the little wall of shadow grievances, sun of pure formless awareness. Has risen over it. And how can the shadow keep me from the sun? No more can I be kept. The shadows from the pure formless awareness in which illusions end. I carry on, Elaine?
Every correction is but the end of an illusion. Such was the journey, such its ending. And in the goal of truth, which I accepted, must all illusions end.
On of truth, which I just make it present in the goal of truth, which I accept. Completely now. All illusions must end. Okay, so what's he saying here?
Well, there's a hush in heaven, a happy expectancy, a gladness to acknowledge the journey's end of the separated self, because the pure formless awareness knows us very well. So no illusions can stand between me and the companions now. So I'll no longer look upon the little wall of shadow of grievances to prevent the sun of pure formless awareness rising over it. So how can we have a shadow hide us from the sun? So every correction is the end of all illusions. And the goal of truth, which if you accept it completely now, will end all illusions.
So, very simply, he's just saying end all grievances. Don't hold anything against your companion. He's talking particularly about the special relationship here.
Yeah.
We all know how that goes. Very tempting to hold on to the past, and you did this or didn't do this. And he's saying this is a shadow that just prevents you from experiencing the light of pure formless awareness, which is the truth. So let it go. Just drop it. And then there's no barrier. There's no barrier to peace. There's no barrier to pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the source of peace. And all illusions must end. Right? If you are absolutely determined to let go of all grievances, then all illusions must end. The ego has no food left to maintain its separate state. But it must be comprehensive, and we can't leave these little shadows in our mind. And you know what he means. I mean, if you look at your perception of various people, and you see, well, have I really let go? Is that, I'm completely at one with them? It's just unconditional love. Was there a little shadow between us? I think of them and I think, I'm not quite thinking of them as one with me. There's not quite perfect peace there. There's a little disturbance. That's what he's referring to.
Yeah.
You've got to be very aware in your own mind of those disturbances.
Yeah.
Bring them to mind and say, this must go, because this little shadow will denies the light of pure formless awareness, perfect love. And this keeps me away from heaven, and it keeps me away from peace. And it maintains the ego's whole thought system. One grievance allows the ego to continue, because you must believe that you're separate from the other person if you have a grievance, and that maintains the idea of separation and you being a separate person from them. So it's all-encompassing. He's saying there's no half measures here. Christine, you said one of your friends was said, the course is too full on. But there's no half measures. You can't have some grievances and some attack thoughts and still be doing it. In the end, it has to be complete, to be holy, and to work. Otherwise, your mind is still split. One grievance splits your mind. That's really the teaching. So he's asking us here to really, be vigilant of those remaining grievances in our mind, these shadows. Look at them honestly and choose to let them go. Choose peace instead. And then all illusions must end. We will be free. We'll awaken from the dream. No grievances against anyone. Ego has no existence, so it's undone. And the illusions must end. Okay? Any other thoughts on that? Comments, questions?
No,
Let's ask Christine if she's back. Christine, are you back? You had your dinner?
Yes, yes, I've been listening.
Okay. Do you want to read number 7 for us? And the alternative, the little insane wish.
The little insane wish to get rid of it, whom I invited in and push it out, must produce conflict.
Okay, so let's call it the presence, this presence which I invited in and push it out must produce conflict. So my little It's talking about the pure formless awareness, goal of truth, get rid of memory should make it truth. And the goal of truth, which I accept completely now, all illusions must end. My insane wish to get rid of this the truth. Invite it in and push it out must produce conflict. And push it out, maybe exclude it. Exclude it. Must produce conflict. Okay, carry on as I look upon the world. So,
Look upon the world, this little wish, uprooted and floating aimlessly, can land and settle briefly upon anything, for it has no purpose now.
so that's kind of interesting. It's kind of a random, scattered attack thought, and I don't know if you've experienced, but I certainly have. You're just like, well, there's no reason for that. It's just like a random kind of thought that comes into your mind, because the ego has kind of been dislodged to a large degree, and then it's just sort of floating around and tries to land somewhere on something, and you go, well, why am I thinking that? That doesn't make any sense. Land and settle briefly upon anything, for it has no purpose now. So it could be just, any person. It could be, something that's not a person. It could be an object, an animal, and it's just kind of a random sort of attack thought for no particular reason. I think that's what he's referring to here. Does anyone, either of you, experience that?
Yeah, and it causes a disturbance.
Yeah.
You just feel like something's wrong and you can't put your finger on it. But it's someone had an attack thought.
Yeah. It's just, when something like that comes in, you don't beat yourself up for it. You just go, well, it's just the ego trying to find a home. I have dislodged it, and so I'm not giving it its normal diet of grievances, because I'm focusing on the letting go, and in my relationship I'm not giving it any space, any room, because I know that's primary territory for it. So I'm really concentrating on letting go. But as we dislodge it, it might land somewhere else. So you might find you have an attack thought. You get irritable towards someone or something else, and there doesn't necessarily even seem to be a reason for it. And understand that this is just another defense against the truth. The ego is trying to find some kind of traction in your mind to maintain itself. And the answer is just the same. You see that this is just a pointless, futile defense against the truth. It keeps you away from peace. You don't want it. You let it go, and recognize that it's just unreal in that process. So it's just, be vigilant. Watch your mind always. You watch your mind and you notice when an attack thought comes in, notice it, and then correct it. Just use the lesson and say, no, or just say to yourself, I don't want this. This is not what I want, because I know what that attack means. It means the entire ego's thought system is behind it. And that's an insane thought system, which can only hurt me. So I don't want to hurt myself now. Whereas if you go with it and you think that thought, and then you think another one, and it develops into emotion, you're buying into the ego system, and you're literally hitting your head against a brick wall and hurting yourself by doing that. Every time you think a negative thought, it's like, bang, I'll hit my head again. And you go, oh, that hurts. Okay, but I'll do it again. And again and again and again we do it. And yes, you're saying, for God's sake, stop banging your head against the brick wall. And I can't help you if you keep doing that. You've got to stop this and realize that you're hurting yourself. It just doesn't seem like a brick wall, but that's essentially what it is, isn't it? Whenever you think a negative thought, you're believing in this really solid brick wall of the ego and hitting yourself against it, and it hurts. Even if you think you're projecting your guilt onto someone else and attacking them, it's still hurting you because you feel disconnected from your source. You don't feel loving, kind, and that creates a disturbance in your peace. So it's hurting you. And so we've got to start recognizing that this is the case, that this is the ego's game, and not falling for it. It's being really, really vigilant against banging your head against a brick wall. It sounds silly when I say it like that, but if you look at your life and other people's lives, you may know, just look at how they do that over and over. They hit their heads again and again, and they are hurting, but they blame the wall. Do you see that? That's the insane thing. They'll go, oh, no, it's not my fault. It's the wall's fault. And the wall being, the external world. It's someone else. It's the world. It's not me. I'm a victim. But actually, by thinking those thoughts that the ego sponsors so eagerly, they are, and allowing that to happen, they are effectively doing that. Okay, I'll hit my head again. Every time they allow the ego's thoughts and emotions any space in their mind. So that's quite a useful analogy. Maybe you just think, okay, so I've had an attack thought. If I indulge that and I go with it, then bang, I'm hitting my head again, and I'm just hurting myself. And if I want to be pain-free and I want peace, then this is not smart, right? How can I be pain-free and peaceful when I keep hitting my head against the brick wall? So use that if it helps you.
Exactly. Before the remembrance of perfect love entered to stay with me, it seemed to have a mighty purpose.
Entered to
travel with me.
Yeah, abide is kind of old-fashioned, isn't it? It means sort of live, to be with me, maybe just be with me, to abide with me, to journey with me, maybe that could work.
Yeah.
To how about to guide me on my journey.
It seemed to have a mighty purpose. The fixed and unchangeable dedication to sin and its results.
Yeah, this is the thought system of the ego. Fixed and unchangeable dedication to sin and its results, which are pretty dreadful. So if we just have a little review of those results quickly. Let's have a look at the diagram again. So sin and guilt require that this fear of punishment, false expectation of punishment appearing real. They require separation, so we project the separation out, we split our minds, and then have to incarnate into these seemingly separate forms as bodies. We now project our guilt and sin out onto others, and that accusation, blame, and attack seemingly gets us off the hook. So we think, well, if I do that, then they are the ones to blame, and I'm going to be safe. God's not going to destroy me. This is the very childish mechanism, projection of guilt. So, but all of that makes guilt real, makes the sin real, makes the separation real, makes your separate self real. If you keep doing that, you get increased guilt, fear of attack, projection of guilt in the form of accusation, blame, and counterattack. And so we attack and we defend and we defend and we attack. And as he says in one of the recent lessons, these are the circles and the bands. They're like bands of steel, just overlaid. And over and over and over we do this, and it imprisons our minds in this endless system of attack and defense. And then we can't help but believe that we're victims of a cruel world, living a helpless, enervated little life of limitation, lack, loneliness, suffering before we die. So that is what sin and guilt offers you. That's those are the results of sin and guilt. Well, if you look at that honestly, who in their right mind would want that? No one. If you're in your right mind, you go, that's a nightmare. That's hell. And the helpless, enervated little life, stuck in limitation, lack, loneliness, misery, suffering, and ultimately doomed to die. This is what the ego has miscreated. Who in their right mind could possibly want that? And so he's dislodging, this fixed and unchangeable dedication to sin and its results, which is the underpinning foundation, really, of the ego's thought system, and saying this has no place anymore in your mind, and you do not want it. But it might still try and randomly land somewhere else. So if you, let's say, focusing really on letting go of it in your special relationships, it might land on someone else who's not so special, just a random person. And then you just need to be vigilant of it and realize that, what it is. That it's really just insane. It's the ego trying to get some traction in your mind. But, same approach applies. You just let it go. So this is not what I want to think. This is not what I want to feel. Okay, and then did you read number 4? Now it is aimless. Let's read that again.
Now it is aimless, wandering pointlessly, causing no more than tiny interruption in love's appeal.
Yeah, so it's just like a residual fragment of the ego, and you might experience these tiny interruptions, but just be vigilant of them, be aware of them, and recognize them for what they are, and they're not really a problem. So if you get any of these kind of random thoughts, rather than go, oh, that's terrible, how can I think that? Just know what it is. It's the ego's defense, last-ditch defense. It's been dislodged from your special relationship, which was its home, and now it's seeking another home. And you just don't give it one. It's like a virus, without a home, without a host, it can't survive, despite what they told us in COVID. It's not just, it can't survive without a host, a body. So just don't host it. Don't give it any space. It's like a virus that just needs to be removed from its home. There's no shelter for it. Your mind does not give it life, right? Because it's a thought virus. So it's your mind thinking the thoughts and then feeling the emotions. That's the double whammy. And so the ego reinforces itself through the emotions that makes it seemingly real. So if you refuse to do that, then it just withers and dies because you're not willing to entertain it. And the entire belief just fades away in your mind. It's because the belief was never real. That's what he's saying. So it never had any true existence. You just chose to believe in it and give it an existence. And so now it's become a parasite in your mind. It needs to be removed. So by applying this rigorous mind training practice of letting go, radically letting go, forgiving, and then accepting love back into our minds. Okay. So what's he saying in number 7? Any thoughts on that, Christine?
I wish to get rid of the truth will produce conflict in a relationship. And this little wish for land and settle on anything. Before remembrance of perfect love joined me on my journey, it seemed to have a mighty purpose, a fixed and unchangeable dedication to sin and its results. Now, this conflict thought just wanders around aimlessly, causing interruptions to love's appeal, any effort to stay with love in a relationship.
Yeah, so the key, I think,
Random thoughts are very
I'm just focused on the key. Each paragraph is a sort of key idea generally. Really what he's saying there is you might have these kind of random scattered thoughts that come from this belief that's been dislodged from your special relationship, and just be aware of them and know there's just the lastest defense of the ego, and let them go, so that it doesn't cause more than a tiny interruption in love's appeal. So it's kind of what I love about the course is he's actually forewarning us. He's giving us all the ego's angles, and he's saying, okay, so this might happen. If you're really serious about letting it go in your special relationship, it might kind of come somewhere else and try and land there, and just be aware that might happen. And it's okay. It's just a tiny interruption in love's appeal. You can just dismiss it, and you don't have to be worried about it. Just a tiny mad idea, and you drop it. That little irritation or attack thought or whatever it was, you can just let it go. Say, I know this is not what I want. And then you starve. The idea of this is you absolutely starve the ego of its food. It needs grievances in order to continue. So you remove that daily diet, which it's fed on for so many years, and it has to wither and die. In the same way as if you starve things like, what's a candida? It's like it's a bacteria, isn't it?
It's a
Fungus, and you starve it, and that's how you kill it. You just don't give it its food, and then it just has to die. So just don't feed the ego in the same way. Okay.
Okay.
So happy with number 7.
Yeah.
Number 8, second last paragraph. Elaine, if you can read that one.
The feather of a wish, this tiny illusion, this microscopic remnant of the belief in sin, is all that remains of what once seemed to be the world. It is no longer an unrelenting barrier to peace. Its pointless wandering makes its results appear to be more erratic and unpredictable than before. Yet what could be more unstable than a tightly organized delusional system? Its seeming stability is its pervasive weakness, which extends to everything. The variability, the little remnant induces, merely indicates its limited results.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? What's he saying in summary of that?
So while we're still hanging on to a little feathered wish of tiny illusions and still a little belief in sin and what did seem to be the world, is no longer a barrier anymore to peace. We realize the pointlessness of the wandering. It makes, and we're realizing it, how erratic and unpredictable it is. It's a totally unpredictable, tightly organized, delusional system.
Mm.
And its weakness, its days are numbered.
Mm. And so what can happen when you're doing this is it can feel a bit very destabilizing. You can feel uncertain. You're like, well, what's happening? I feel kind of all at sea,
restless. Yeah, a bit restless.
Like what's happening? And people think that enlightenment should all be, bliss straight away. And they don't realize that, you've got to go through this undoing, and it can feel quite disturbing to one's peace. Pointless wandering makes its results appear to be more erratic and unpredictable than before. And you sort of look at all of this and you kind of go, what's it all for? There's a kind of sense of pointlessness and futility in the world.
Yeah.
And so people might go rushing back to the ego and say, well, I'll go back to how it was because it was better. But he's saying what could be more unstable than a tightly organized delusional system? Right? So it might seem to be organized, but it's delusional.
Yeah.
Its seeming stability is its pervasive weakness, which extends to everything. Right? So the world we see is based on this tightly organized delusional system. Seems to have stability, but it's pervasive weakness. So look at, as an example of this, look at the way our society is structured, the current system, financial system, and you've got governments seemingly in charge of countries and global banking cartels, and the system is extremely unstable. It doesn't actually, it's not going to last. And that's its pervasive weakness, right? So it's seemingly stable. People go, well, we've still got the currency and the government's in charge.
Insurances as well, insurance.
But actually, it's pervasively weak. The whole system is fundamentally flawed and unstable, and cannot sustain long term. So that's a good example in our world. Its seeming stability is its pervasive weakness. The entire thing system is based on the false idea of separation. So we go back to an integral model, you can see that in the external quadrants here. In the bottom right, collective exterior, it's a projection of the interior thought system. So the shared values, meanings, culture, really. And if that is false, the entire thought system is based on separation and the perpetuation of separation, then the system that it's created, although it may seem to be stable and work, it will be false and in fact extremely unstable. And we see that. That's why the economy is not stable. That's why we have inflation. That's why there's various financial crises and crashes. That's why ultimately the fiat currency system can't continue, because it's unsustainable. So you can see these principles played out in the world if you have the eyes to see.
Yeah, definitely. I can see it. That's for sure.
Yeah. It doesn't take, amazingly, a lot of people can't. But if you start opening your mind a bit to really look, surely it's blindingly obvious that the system that everyone thinks is stable and they rely on is actually very unstable. It's very weak.
It is, yeah. Yeah, because I was supposed to get my pension when I was 60. I've now got to wait another 7 years. So there's me thinking, I'll get my nice, well, not much, but a bit of a pension. And that just went. Yeah. So, and insurance as well, they never seem to work either. Yeah, so no, it's quite clear that
it's an organized delusional system that we live in. This is the matrix of control. And its only purpose is to deny the truth in our minds. seemingly tell us that we are just cogs in the machine. We're just, little people who, couldn't possibly undo this mighty system that seems to be, so all pervasive in our world. And, that's a lie. That's not true. We can and we must in our minds, first of all, but then, by our example, by teaching it, we can teach others that they are not bound by these crazy rules that the ego has made up. They are not bound by the rules of the system, which are false. And that's the only way we're going to create a new system. Individuals going to finding their truth, and then that becomes the collective culture of shared values and meanings that says, no, this is totally, the system doesn't work for us anymore. So we'll create another system based on, the much more enlightened perceptions of truth. And that's how the true self, the Christ vision, would then come into the world, and it would recreate it in its image and likeness. And the entire external world could change because it's just a reflection of the inner world. And I think in our time, we're going to live through that. I think it is happening. Accelerating.
Fast. Yeah.
Now watch this space. Okay. Any other thoughts on number 8?
Well, yeah, it's quite clear, really. Now we're in a bit of a mess at the moment.
Is this Elaine? I mean, you've never really done the text before. Is the text actually is it really evident to you? It's clear.
Yes, it's much clearer doing it like this. When I bought the book, I've never read the book. I bought the book, but I tried to read it, but I just.
Okay. So you tried a bit. You might have read a few pages and went, no, I can't.
I've just lost. Yeah, just completely lost. It was like another language.
Okay. So now, because we're breaking it down like this, we're discussing it.
Yes, it's much clearer. Yeah, no doubt.
Good. So it's not actually that complicated what he's saying. The ideas.
No.
The language, just requires some getting used to, because he's using quite an old form of language. It's sort of almost like, or not quite
Typical.
old, but an old style of writing where he'll.
It is, and a bit like a Bible. I was thinking I'm reading a Bible here.
A bit biblical, yeah. So,
yes.
So then the translation just makes it a bit more readable, and you take away the terms, the Christian terms, and it's actually what he's saying is not complicated, it's not difficult,
and the book makes,
and it should be common sense.
Yes, it does, and it just seems so long-winded, the book. It's taking such a long time to get a simple message across, but I guess that's for the people who are intellectuals. Yeah, it needs to get through to the deep thinkers, this kind of training, isn't it?
Sorry, just dropped out there briefly. Okay, so share my screen again. So shall we move on to number 9, last paragraph of the evening. So, how mighty can a little feather be for the great wings of truth? Christine, you want to read that?
How mighty can a little feather be before the great wings of truth? Can it oppose an eagle's flight or hinder the advance of summer? Can it interfere with the effects of summer's sun upon a garden covered by the snow? See but how easily this little wisp is lifted up and carried away, never to return. and part with it, and I part with it in gladness, not regret. For it is nothing in itself, and stood for nothing when I had greater faith in its protection. Would I not rather greet the summer sun than fix my gaze upon a disappearing snowflake and shiver in remembrance of the winter's cold?
Oh, so very
So
poetic.
showing how destructive a little thought can be, to stop love's work.
Hmm.
It can be carried away, never to return, for nothing. For nothing when I had greatest faith in its protection, it meant nothing to me. I do not want to greet. Would I not rather greet pure formless awareness of perfect love than fix my gaze upon some negativity?
Yeah, the summer sun of perfect love, shall we say? Or pure formless awareness. Fix my on a disappearing snowflake of a disappearing snowflake of a grievance and shiver in remembrance of the winter's cold of separation. How about that?
Nice.
Oh, it makes the imagery, like, keep the imagery because the imagery is lovely, but it's like, what does it actually mean? It makes it more explicit there.
Okay, I'm going now, if you don't mind. Good night, both of you.
Okay, thanks for joining us.
Okay.
Good night,
I'll see
Christine.
you tomorrow.
Good night.
Join us tomorrow afternoon if you can, 1:30.
Okay.
Sleep well. All right, so brings us to the end of that. Shall we look at personalize? That is not the proper one. Let's look at a little summary of this. You got a bit of time, Elaine?
Yeah.
Just going to do the summary, which so as the above, and 250 words, shall we say? Quite a long summary. So let's say, I don't think that's 250 words, is it, really? Summarize the above. Let's do it again in under 250 words. Doesn't really seem to have it doesn't seem to have changed it, does it? What do you think? It's quite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs. The original was 9 paragraphs. There's a bit of a summary. So in under 200 words. Let's see if that works. It doesn't seem to make any difference to it, does it? Okay. So let's use this. Personalized executive summary. Okay, so I'm going to read that to Len. Pursuit of awakening.
In my pursuit of awakening, I face obstacles to peace. The first challenge is my own resistance to embracing peace and believing I must reject it. However, peace can only expand if I nurture it within. I am its source, radiating it outward to invite others. To remove peace from myself would hinder its presence within me and its extension to others. A barrier of separation exists between me and my companions, fueled by resentment and animosity. This
Just pause
barrier,
there. Just pause. Well,
yes,
chance to just looking at it to see if it's all okay. Peace can only expand when nurture within. I'm its source, radiating outward to invite others. To invite others to radiating it outward to invite others to accept it. Okay. Remove peace from myself would hinder its presence within me. Okay, so to try and get rid of peace, and myself will hinder or block, shall we say, will block its extension to me to others. Okay, barrier of separation.
a barrier of separation exists between me and my companions, fueled by resentment and animosity. This barrier opposes the will of pure formless awareness of perfect love, obstructing its boundless flow. It is time to release this wall and unite with my companions in the shared purpose of awakening. Although the remembrance of perfect love
Just
oops. Sorry, yes.
we just need to just check, see if that's all.
Yeah.
Barrier of separation exists. Barrier of separation seems to still exist between me and some of my companions, fueled by made up of my resentment and grievances. See, it's quite intelligent because I didn't tell it resentment and grievances. It just did that. Just put that in. Velocity kind of gets the general picture.
Yeah.
Puts in its own words. This barrier poses the pure formless awareness of perfect love, obstructing its limitless flow. It's time now for me to release this overcome this barrier, unite with all my companions, shared purpose of awakening. It's nice. Okay, and the third paragraph.
Although the remembrance of perfect love resides within me, I have hesitated to fully embrace it. I resist the will of pure formless awareness of perfect love, albeit to a small extent. This resistance limits my growth and disconnects me from others. I must let go of the barrier and allow the purpose of pure formless awareness of perfect love to flow through me, reaching all.
I still resist the formless awareness of perfect love, albeit only to a small extent. Resistance limits my growth and disconnects me from others. Therefore, I must let go of this block and allow the purpose of pure formless awareness of perfect love to flow through me and reach extend to everyone. Okay. There is no need for fear. Awakening cannot be denied to me. Carry on.
It is my inherent purpose intertwined with that of my companions. By dissolving the barriers, peace will naturally expand, uniting us. Miracles will occur, transforming guilt into love.
No, wait. I'm just going to change the second sentence. There's my and come on. My companions, my and my inherent purpose my and everyone's true purpose. Okay, by dissolving the barriers,
peace will naturally expand, uniting us. Miracles will occur, transforming guilt into love.
on the barrier of my grievances, peace will naturally expand, uniting everyone, and corrections will occur, transforming guilt into and guilt into innocence, purity. Okay, the journey to awaken is not more difficult.
The journey to awakening is not more difficult than overcoming the barrier of separation. In our innocent relationship lies the power to correct all illusions. There is no hierarchy of difficulties in these corrections, as they all involve shifting from guilt to love. Shadows and illusions hold no power over the illuminating truth, and all illusions will ultimately dissolve.
The journey of awakening, in my journey, awakening only sorry, and I just dropped out there. And in my overcoming the barrier of separation, our innocent relationship lies the power to correct all illusions. There's no hierarchy, no order of difficulties. It's interesting. Put that in. Don't remember that being in the original, did I? There's no order of difficulties in these corrections, because they all involve shifting from guilt to love.
Going to be long because I'm going to take the dogs out shortly. Do you know how long it's going to be? I'll listen to the meditation tomorrow morning. Is that all right?
Well, we've just got 2 paragraphs. 2 paragraphs. To go.
Right.
Can you do 2 paragraphs?
Yeah, because I like to say I've got a few things I want to do. So, yeah.
And shadows and illusions hold no power of illuminating truth.
And all illusions will ultimately dissolve.
And it's awareness.
Yeah. Therefore, I release the futile wish to push away remembrance of perfect love, recognizing it as a minuscule illusion. Its purposelessness and instability will fade away, allowing me to embrace the radiance of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Acceptance. Guided by truth. Transcend the limitations of illusions. Okay, last paragraph, Elaine.
Oh, one more to go, right? Because they're all waiting for me. Right.
Guided by truth.
Guided by truth, I transcend the limitations of illusions. Truth's mighty wings defy the feeble resistance of illusion. It cannot hinder my journey or dampen the warmth of love's embrace. I rejoice in letting go of transient illusions and embracing the radiant sun of each wholly aware moment. Yeah, it's a nice paragraph to finish.
Yeah, okay. So
I'll listen to your meditation in the morning if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's another very good session. Thank you very much.
Only a pleasure. So I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. We're going to do a 12:30. Is that okay?
Yeah, I might be a little bit late because I've got a reflexology, but I'll make the afternoon one. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay then. Good night.
See you later. See you then.
See you later. Namaste. Good night.
Thanks, Elaine. All right. So just give a key message of this. New message in my new awakening of his obstacles to peace. Release barriers to peace. Release my grievances. Barriers to peace. Grace, pure formless awareness of perfect love. and unite with others. You're just letting go. Peace extends. Me to everyone. Transforming illusions into fixed dedication to original thought system into pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, so the key message is my journey of awakening. Face obstacles to peace. I must release my grievances, and barriers to peace. Embrace pure formless awareness, perfect love, and unite with others. We're just letting go. Peace extends through me to everyone, transforming our fixed dedication to a tightly organized delusional thought system into pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it is. Okay, so a meditation on this. Personalized executive summary and the key message to finish the session. All right, so this is a meditation on the personalized executive summary of section 4 of chapter 19, section 4a of chapter 19, to be precise, which is the first obstacle to peace, which is the desire to get rid of it. So just making yourself comfortable, sitting, your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. Start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you're breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clenching the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Pull the energy up your spine. Pause at the top of the inhale. Some maximum inhale breath. So just scan your mind and you notice any resistance to these ideas. So any kind of negative thought. Could be irritation, frustration, fear, anxiety, sadness. Whatever it is, just breathe in, invite the presence of perfect love, spacious awareness or pure formless awareness of perfect love as we call it. Invite it into your mind, into your heart, to your energy system. Just breathing it in and go out to the breath, to the nothingness that it really is. It's going on. And so now just get into a pattern of deep rhythmical breathing in and out through the nose. As you breathe in, you listen to my words. And as you exhale out through your nose, you're going to speak them. So this becomes an affirmation of the truth stated in these words, which are summaries of the today's text reading. And breathing in, hold the breath briefly as I speak, and then as you exhale, you speak the words in the gaps that I leave. So in my journey of awakening, I will face obstacles to peace. Breathing in again. First obstacle is my own resistance to peace and believe that I must reject it. Save my separate self. However, peace can only expand, can only extend. If I nurture it within. I am its source, radiating it outward to invite others to accept it. Try and get rid of peace in myself or block its extension through me to others. I just continue inhaling as I speak, exhaling as you speak, get into a nice rhythmical pattern of that to enhance the impact of these words, like you're opening your mind, creating a space in your mind for these words to come in and heal you. And breathing in, the barrier of separation seems to still exist between me and some of my companions, made up of my grievances and resentment. And then again, this barrier opposes pure formless awareness of perfect love, obstructing its limitless flow. It is time now for me to overcome this barrier and unite with all my companions in the shared purpose of awakening. Breathing in again. Although the remembrance of perfect love is within me, I have hesitated to fully embrace it. I still resist pure formless awareness of perfect love, albeit only to a small extent. Breathing in again. This resistance limits my growth and disconnects me from others. Limits my spiritual growth. Therefore, I must let go of this block and allow the purpose of perfect love to flow through me and extend to everyone. into everyone me. But there is no need for me to fear, as awakening cannot be denied to me. It is my and everyone's true purpose. By dissolving the barrier of my grievances, this will naturally extend through me. Uniting everyone. This will allow corrections to occur, transforming sin and guilt into innocence and purity. Breathing in again. My journey of awakening involves only my overcoming of the barrier of separation. In my innocent relationships lies the power to correct all illusions. There's no order of difficulties in these corrections, as they all involve letting go of guilt and embracing love. Shadows and illusions hold no power over the illuminating truth. So all illusions will ultimately dissolve in its awareness. In its pure formless awareness. Therefore, I release the futile wish, push away the remembrance of perfect love, recognizing it as a minuscule illusion. Its lack of purpose and instability will fade away. allowing me to accept radiance. Yeah, formless awareness. I invite truth. I transcend the limitations of illusions. These mighty wings defy the feeble resistance of illusion. It cannot hinder my journey or dampen the warmth of love's embrace. And so I rejoice in letting go of transient illusions and embracing the radiant sun of each wholly aware moment. And the key message, to summarize it in just 2 sentences, is that in my journey of awakening, I face obstacles to peace. In the form of grievances. Towards my companions. These grievances embrace your formless awareness of perfect love and unite others through this letting go. Peace extends through me to everyone. Transforming our fixed dedication to a tightly organized delusional thought system into pure form awareness, perfect love. And so it is. So just sinking inwards, bring into the peace, stillness, the light, pure formless awareness. And then just focus on it, allow that light to encompass you, to envelop you. And you know where else to go, nothing else to do. Stay in the light. Of your true awareness. Your formless awareness, perfect love. A couple of minutes of deep silence. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Just breathe in and out through your nose. Observe the breath. Let that open your mind to the spacious awareness, pure formless awareness, perfect love. And just allow that to be fully present in your awareness. Nothing else at all, just pure formless awareness, perfect love. The next 2 minutes of deep silence. Any thoughts come up, seem to disturb this peace. So observe them casually, breathe into them. So it's a maximal inhale breath. Remind yourself that you don't want the barriers to peace, you don't want an obstacle. You want peace. Trying to get rid of peace. And blow it away with the breeze of your breath. Just exhale it out. Remind yourself that to give is to receive. And to give as I receive. So as I give forgiveness, so I receive it instantly, real time. Blow it away. Breeze of your breath. Surrender in to this deep, tranquil silence. Experience the peace this lesson points to, section points to, and called the peace that surpasses all understanding. And while we just perceive that peace. The next minute or two of deep silence. Be at peace, in peace surpasses all understanding. So just gently now coming back. So awareness of the body and the breath, senses and the world. On the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale, smile. Scan your mind. So noticing thoughts, emotions, sensations going on. Anything that feels like a disturbance of your peace is just a block to the awareness of peace, block to awareness of love. So you release it. Remind yourself that you choose only peace. You must let go of any blocks to it, any grievances, frustrations, anger, irritation, and anxiety, fear, and so on. All of it, let go of, blow it out on the count of 2. Notice how the air flows out of your mouth, chest, and the stomach suck back in. Imagine you blowing it out like a dark smoke out of your mouth, leaving your body, your energy system, below stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And you rest in peace, in stillness and peace. A few moments in the gap between breaths. Breathing in again, noticing the smell in your nose as you do that, maybe the subtle taste in your mouth. Notice that, notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state. There's now no illusions. So just anchor the state of peace in. Notice it. You're aware of it. You can remain in this peace. However possible. So you're aware of it. Any disturbance to this peace is just a block to the awareness of peace, which is just the ego's defense mechanism. So you notice those blocks, you can let them go. Remind yourself to choose only peace. Peace of perfect love. So it is. So on the count of 3, open your eyes and just take a minute to look around. So observing various objects in the room around you, notice that underlying every object is the same peace. It hasn't really left you, even though your eyes are open. So close your eyes briefly, notice the peace there. You open your eyes, notice the same peace that hasn't gone anywhere. Do that for half a dozen objects for a few seconds at a time. And you notice that this peace is always there, underlying every perception. And so you're learning experientially that this peace must be part of your true identity. Peace is experience of your true self. It's who you really are. So I hope this meditation has helped you to connect with that true self and take another step on the journey of awakening to who you really are. Practice today's lesson well. You might want to do it one more time before you go to bed. Keep yourself topped up and in the peace of pure formless awareness, surpasses all understanding, which is what I wish for you. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and tonight's session. So thank you to everyone who joined, Christine and Elaine, for being my mighty companions and doing this work with me. And then hope if you are watching the recording that you enjoyed it. So if you'd like to join the last sessions, just below the link, you can sign up to our mailing list to get more information about this. I send out a daily Telegram message, and you can also join us in a masterclass. So Sunday, check it out, the link below, and register, and you can join us live in Zoom. And of course, if you liked the channel, which you saw tonight, then subscribe to get more of this every day. Okay, so thank you for watching. Thank you to Elaine and Christine and anyone who watched, and namaste, which means the peaceful self in me acknowledges and honors that same peaceful self in you. Bye for now.